Google's ambitions in artificial intelligence.
Google launches Gemini.
AI is rolling out to workspace.
And it's completely changing the way we work.
You know, a lot has happened in a year. There have been new beginnings. We found new ways to find new ideas and new solutions to age-old problems. Sorry about your shirt. We dreamt of things, never too old for a treehouse. We trained for things.
All right, let's go, go, go.
And learned about this thing. We found new paths, took the next step, and made the big leap. Cannonball! We filled days like they were weeks, and more happened in months than has happened in years. Ooh, 3 eggs. Things got bigger. Like, way bigger. And it wasn't all just for him or for her. It was for everyone. And you know what? We're just getting started.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Google I/O. It's great to have all of you with us. We have a few thousand developers with us here today at Shoreline. Millions more are joining virtually around the world. Thanks to everyone for being here. For those of you who haven't seen I/O before, it's basically Google's version of the Era store, but with fewer costume changes. At Google, though, we are fully in our Gemini era. You'll hear a lot about that today. Before we get into it, I want to reflect on this moment we are in. We've been investing in AI for more than a decade and innovating at every layer of the stack: research, product, infrastructure. We're going to talk about it all today. Still, we are in the very early days of the AI platform shift. We see so much opportunity ahead for creators, for developers, for startups, for everyone. Helping to drive those opportunities is what our Gemini era is all about. So let's get started. A year ago on this stage, we first shared our plans for Gemini, a frontier model built to be natively multimodal from the very beginning that could reason across text, images, video, code, and more. It's a big step in turning any input into any output, an I/O for a new generation. Since then, we introduced the first Gemini models, our most capable yet. They demonstrated state-of-the-art performance on every multimodal benchmark, and that was just the beginning. 2 months later, we introduced Gemini 1.5 Pro, delivering a big breakthrough in long context. It can run 1 million tokens in production consistently, more than any other large-scale foundation model yet. We want everyone to benefit from what Gemini can do. So we have worked quickly to share these advances with all of you. Today, more than 1.5 million developers use Gemini models across our tools. You're using it to debug code, get new insights, and to build the next generation of AI applications. We've also been bringing Gemini's breakthrough capabilities across our products in powerful ways. We'll show examples today across search, photos, workspace, Android, and more. Today, all of our 2 billion user products use Gemini. And we've introduced new experiences too, including on mobile, where people can interact with Gemini directly through the app. Now available on Android and iOS, and through Gemini Advanced, which provides access to our most capable models. Over 1 million people have signed up to try it in just 3 months, and it continues to show strong momentum. One of the most exciting transformations with Gemini has been in Google Search. In the past year, we've answered billions of queries as part of her search generative experience. People are using it to search in entirely new ways and asking new types of questions, longer and more complex queries, even searching with photos, and getting back the best the web has to offer. We've been testing this experience outside of labs, and we are encouraged to see not only an increase in search usage, but also an increase in user satisfaction. I'm excited to announce that we'll begin launching this fully revamped experience, AI Overviews, to everyone in the US this week, and we'll bring it to more countries soon. There's so much innovation happening in search. Thanks to Gemini, we can create much more powerful search experiences, including within our products. Let me show you an example in Google Photos. We launched Google Photos almost 9 years ago. Since then, people have used it to organize their most important memories. Today, that amounts to more than 6 billion photos and videos uploaded every single day. And people love using photos to search across their life. With Gemini, we are making that a whole lot easier. Say you're at a parking station ready to pay, but you can't recall your license plate number. Before, you could search photos for keywords and then scroll through years' worth of photos looking for the right one. Now, you can simply ask Photos. It knows the cars that appear often, it triangulates which one is yours, and just tells you the license. It triangulates which one is yours, and just tells you the license plate number. Tells you the license plate number. And Ask Photos can also help you search your memories in a deeper way. For example, you might be reminiscing about your daughter Lucia's early milestones. You can ask Photos, when did Lucia learn to swim? You can even follow up with something more complex. Show me how Lucia's swimming has progressed. Here, Gemini goes beyond a simple search, recognizing different contexts, from doing laps in the pool, to snorkeling in the ocean, to the text and dates on her swimming certificates, and Photos packages it up all together in a summary. You can really take it all in and relive amazing memories all over again. We are rolling out Ask Photos this summer with more capabilities to come. Unlocking knowledge across formats is why we built Gemini to be multimodal from the ground up. It's one model with all the modalities built in. So not only does it understand each type of input, it finds connections between them. Multimodality radically expands the questions we can ask and the answers we will get back. Long context takes this a step further, enabling us to bring in even more information. Hundreds of pages of text, hours of audio, a full hour of video, or entire code repos. Or if you want, roughly 96 Cheesecake Factory menus. For that many menus, you need a 1 million token context window, now possible with Gemini 1.5 Pro. Developers have been using it in super interesting ways. Let's take a look.
I remember the announcement, the 1 million token context window, and my first reaction was, there's no way they were able to achieve this.
I wanted to test its technical skills. So I uploaded a line chart. It was temperatures between like Tokyo and Berlin and how they vary across the 12 months of the year.
So I got in there and I threw in the Python library that I was really struggling with. And I just asked it a simple question. And it nailed it. It could find specific references to comments in the code and specific requests that people had made and other issues that people had had, but then suggest a fix for it that related to what I was working on? I
immediately tried to kind of crash it. So I took 4 or 5 research papers I had on my desktop. And it's a mind-blowing experience when you add so much text and then you see the kind of amount of tokens you add is not even at half the capacity.
It felt a little bit like Christmas because you saw things kind of peppered up to the top of your feed about like, oh wow, I built this thing, or oh, it's doing this and I would have never expected.
Can I shoot a video of my possessions and turn that into a searchable database? So I ran to my bookshelf and I shot a video just panning my camera along the bookshelf and I fed the video into the model. It gave me the titles and authors of the books, even though the authors weren't visible on those book spines. And on the bookshelf, there was a squirrel nutcracker sat in front of the book, truncating the title. You could just see the word Site C, and it still guessed the correct book. The range of things you can do with that is almost unlimited.
And so at that point, for me, it was just like a click, like, this is it.
I thought like I had like a superpower in my hands.
It was poetry. It was beautiful. I was so happy. It just, this is going to be amazing. This is going to help people.
This is kind of where the future of language models are going. Personalized to you, not because you trained it to be personal to you, but personal to you because you can give it such a vast understanding of who you are.
We've been rolling out Gemini 1.5 Pro with long context in preview over the last few months. We've made a series of quality improvements across translation, coding, and reasoning. You'll see these updates reflected in the model starting today. I'm excited to announce that we are bringing this improved version of Gemini 1.5 Pro to all developers globally. In addition, today, Gemini 1.5 Pro with 1 million context is now directly available for consumers in Gemini Advanced and can be used across 35 languages. 1 million tokens is opening up entirely new possibilities. It's exciting, but I think we can push ourselves even further. So today, we are expanding the context window to 2 million tokens. We are making it available for developers in private preview. It's amazing to look back and see just how much progress we have made in a few months. This represents the next step on our journey towards the ultimate goal of infinite context. OK, so far, we have talked about two technical advances, multimodality and long context. Each is powerful on its own, but together, they unlock deeper capabilities and more intelligence. Let's see how this comes to life with Google Workspace. People are always searching their emails in Gmail. We are working to make it much more powerful with Gemini. Let's look at how. As a parent, you want to know everything that's going on with your child's school. OK, maybe not everything, but you want to stay informed. Gemini can help you keep up. Now we can ask Gemini to summarize all recent emails from the school. In the background, it's identifying relevant emails, even analyzing attachments like PDFs. And you get a summary of the key points and action items. So helpful. Maybe you were traveling this week and you couldn't make the PTA meeting. The recording of the meeting is an hour long. If it's from Google Meet, you can ask Gemini to give you the highlights. There's a parents group looking for volunteers. You're free that day. Of course, Gemini can draft a reply. There are countless other examples of how this can make life easier. Gemini 1.5 Pro is available today in Workspace Labs, and Aprenda will share more later on. We just looked at an example with text outputs. But with a multimodal model, we can do so much more. To show you an early demo of an audio output in NotebookLM, here's Josh.
Hey, everyone. Last year at I/O, we introduced NotebookLM, a research and writing tool grounded in the information you give it. Since then, we've seen a lot of momentum with students and teachers using it. And today, Gemini 1.5 Pro is coming to NotebookLM, and it's great. Let me show you. So here we are in NotebookLM. You can load it up with all the materials here on the left. In this notebook, I've been using it with my younger son, and I've added some of his science worksheets, a few slide decks from his teacher, and even an open source textbook full of charts and diagrams. With 1.5 Pro, it instantly creates this notebook guide with a helpful summary and can generate a study guide, an FAQ, or even quizzes. But for my son, Jimmy, he really learns best when he can listen to something. So we've prototyped a new feature with Gemini, and it's called Audio Overviews. Notebook.LM is going to take all the materials on the left as input and output them into a lively science discussion personalized for him. Let's take a listen.
So let's dive into physics. What's on deck for today?
Well, we're starting with the basics, force and motion.
Okay.
And that, of course, means we have to talk about Sir Isaac Newton and his 3 laws of motion.
Ah, yes, the foundation for understanding how objects move and interact.
Ah, yes, this is where multimodal really shines. Now, it generated this audio discussion based on that text material. And what's amazing is that my son and I can join into the conversation and steer it whichever direction we want. When I tap join.
Hold on, we have a question. What's up, Josh?
Yeah, can you give my son Jimmy a basketball example?
Hey, Jimmy! That's a fantastic idea. Basketball is actually a great way to visualize force and motion. Let's break it down.
Okay, so first, imagine a basketball just sitting there on the court. It's not moving, right? That's because all the forces acting on it are balanced. The downward pull of gravity.
Pretty cool, right? I gotta say, the first time my son heard this, you should have seen how big his eyes got, because he was gripped. They were talking to him. He was learning science through the example of basketball, his favorite sport. Now, what's interesting is under the hood, you saw that Gemini had used some of the concepts of gravity, Sir Isaac Newton, but nothing in there was about basketball. It connected the dots and created that age-appropriate example for him. And this is what's becoming possible with the power of Gemini. You can give it lots of information in any format, and it can be transformed in a way that's personalized and interactive for you. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, George. The demo shows the real opportunity with multimodality. Soon you'll be able to mix and match inputs and outputs. This is what we mean when we say it's an I/O for a new generation. And I can see you all out there thinking about the possibilities. But what if we could go even further? That's one of the opportunities we see with AI agents. Let me take a step back and explain what I mean by that. I think about them as intelligent systems that show reasoning, planning, and memory, are able to think multiple steps ahead, work across software and systems, all to get something done on your behalf, and most importantly, under your supervision. We are still in the early days, and you'll see glimpses of our approach throughout the day. But let me show you the kinds of use cases we are working hard to solve. Let's start with shopping. It's pretty fun to shop for shoes, and a lot less fun to return them when they don't fit. Imagine if Gemini could do all the steps for you, searching your inbox for the receipt, locating the order number from your email, filling out a return form, and even scheduling a pickup. That's much easier, right? Let's take another example that's a bit more complex. Say you just moved to Chicago. You can imagine Gemini and Chrome working together to help you do a number of things to get ready, organizing, reasoning, synthesizing on your behalf. For example, you will want to explore the city and find services nearby, from dry cleaners to dog walkers. You'll have to update your new address across dozens of websites. Gemini can work across these tasks and will prompt you for more information when needed, so you're always in control. That part is really important as we prototype these experiences. We are thinking hard about how to do it in a way that's private, secure, and works for everyone. These are simple use cases, but they give you a good sense of the types of problems we want to solve by building intelligent systems that think ahead, reason, and plan all on your behalf. The power of Gemini with multimodality, long context, and agents brings us closer to our ultimate goal, making AI helpful for everyone. We see this as how we will make the most progress against our mission, organizing the world's information across every input, making it accessible via any output, and combining the world's information with the information in your world in a way that's truly useful for you. To fully realize the benefits of AI, we'll continue to break new ground. Google DeepMind is hard at work. To share more, please welcome for the first time on the I/O stage, Sir Demis. Sit down.
Thanks, Sundar. It's so great to be here. Ever since I was a kid playing chess for the England junior team, I've been thinking about the nature of intelligence. I was captivated by the idea of a computer that could think like a person. It's ultimately why I became a programmer and studied neuroscience. I co-founded DeepMind in 2010 with the goal of one day building AGI, Artificial General Intelligence, a system that has human-level cognitive capabilities. I've always believed that if we could build this technology responsibly, its impact would be truly profound, and it could benefit humanity in incredible ways. Last year, we reached a milestone on that path when we formed Google DeepMind, combining AI talent from across the company into one super unit. Since then, we've built AI systems that can do an amazing range of things, from turning language and vision into action for robots, navigating complex virtual 3D environments, solving Olympiad-level math problems, and even discovering thousands of new materials. Just last week, we announced our next-generation AlphaFold model. It can predict the structure and interactions of nearly all of life's molecules, including how proteins interact with strands of DNA and RNA. This will accelerate vitally important biological and medical research from disease understanding to drug discovery. And all of this was made possible with the best infrastructure for the AI era, including our highly optimized tensor processing units. At the center of our efforts is our Gemini model. It's built up from the ground up to be natively multimodal because that's how we interact with and understand the world around us. We've built a variety of models for different use cases. You've seen how powerful Gemini 1.5 Pro is, but we also know from user feedback that some applications need lower latency and a lower cost to serve. So today, we're introducing Gemini 1.5 Flash. Flash is a lighter weight model compared to Pro. It's designed to be fast and cost-efficient to serve at scale, while still featuring multimodal reasoning capabilities and breakthrough long context. Flash is optimized for tasks where low latency and efficiency matter most. Starting today, you can use 1.5 Flash and 1.5 Pro with up to 1 million tokens in Google AI Studio and Vertex AI. And developers can sign up to try 2 million tokens. We're so excited to see what all of you will create with it. And you'll hear a little more about Flash later on from Josh. We're very excited by the progress we've made so far with our family of Gemini models, but we're always striving to push the state of the art even further. At any one time, we have many different models in training, and we use our very large and powerful ones to help teach and train our production-ready models. Together with user feedback, this cutting-edge research will help us to build amazing new products for billions of people. For example, in December, we shared a glimpse into the future of how people would interact with multimodal AI, and how this would end up powering a new set of transformative experiences. Today, we have some exciting new progress to share about the future of AI assistants that we're calling Project Astra. For a long time, we've wanted to build a universal AI agent that can be truly helpful in everyday life. Our work making this vision a reality goes back many years. It's why we made Gemini multimodal from the very beginning. An agent like this has to understand and respond to our complex and dynamic world just like we do. It would need to take in and remember what it sees so it can understand context and take action. And it would have to be proactive, teachable, and personal, so you can talk to it naturally without lag or delay. While we've made some great strides in developing AI systems that can understand multimodal information, getting response time down to something conversational is a difficult engineering challenge. Building on our Gemini model, we've developed agents that can process information faster by continuously encoding video frames, combining the video and speech input into a timeline of events, and caching this for efficient recall. We've also enhanced how they sound with a wider range of intonations. These agents better understand the context you're in and can respond quickly in conversation, making the pace and quality of interaction feel much more natural. Here's a video of our prototype, which you'll see has 2 parts. Each part was captured in a single take in real time.
Okay, let's do some tests. Tell me when you see something that makes sound.
I see a speaker, which makes sound.
What is that part of the speaker called?
That is the tweeter. It produces high-frequency sounds.
Give me a creative alliteration about these.
Creative crayons color cheerfully. They certainly craft colorful creations.
What does that part of the code do?
This code defines encryption and decryption functions. It seems to use AES-CBC encryption to encode and decode data based on a key and an initialization vector, IV.
That's right. What neighborhood do you think I'm in?
This appears to be the King's Cross area of London. It is known for its railway station and transportation connections.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
What can I add here to make this system faster?
Adding a cache between the server and database could improve speed.
What does this remind you of?
Schrodinger's cat.
All right, give me a band name for this duo.
Golden Stripes.
Nice. Thanks, Gemini.
I think you'll agree it's amazing to see how far AI has come, especially when it comes to spatial understanding, video processing, and memory. It's easy to envisage a future where you can have an expert assistant by your side through your phone or new exciting form factors like glasses. Some of these agent capabilities will come to Google products like Gemini app later this year. For those of you on site today, you can try out a live demo version of this experience in the AI Sandbox area. Next, let's take a look at how our innovations are helping people bring new creative ideas to life. Today, we're introducing a series of updates across our generative media tools with new models covering image, music, and video. Over the past year, we've been enhancing quality, improving safety, and increasing access. To help tell this story, here's Doug.
Thanks, Demis. Over the past few months, we've been working hard to build a new image generation model from the ground up, with stronger evaluations, extensive red teaming, and state-of-the-art watermarking with SynthID. Today, I'm so excited to introduce Imagine 3. It's our most capable image generation model yet. Imagine 3 is more photorealistic. You can literally count the whiskers on its snout, with richer details, like this incredible sunlight in the shot, and fewer visual artifacts or distorted images. It understands prompts written the way people write. The more creative and detailed you are, the better. And Imagine 3 remembers to incorporate small details, like the wildflowers or small blue bird, in this longer prompt. Plus, this is our best model yet for rendering text, which has been a challenge for image generation models. In side-by-side comparisons, independent evaluators preferred Imagine 3 over other popular image generation models. In sum, Imagine 3 is our highest quality image generation model so far. You can sign up today to try Imagine 3 in ImageFX, part of our suite of AI tools at labs.google. And it'll be coming soon to developers and enterprise customers in Vertex AI. Another area full of creative possibility is generative music. I've been working in this space for over 20 years, and this is by far the most exciting year of my career. We're exploring ways of working with artists to expand their creativity with AI. Together with YouTube, we've been building Music AI Sandbox, a suite of professional music AI tools that can create new instrumental sections from scratch, transfer styles between tracks, and more. To help us design and test them, we've been working closely with incredible musicians, songwriters, and producers. Some of them made even entirely new songs in ways that would have not been possible without these tools. Let's hear from some of the artists we've been working with.
I'm gonna put this right back into the Music AI tool, the same boom, 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 boom. What happens if Haiti meets Brazil? Dude, I have no clue what's about to be spread out. This is what excites me. As a hip-hop producer, we dug in the crates. We playing these vinyls, and the part where there's no vocal, we pull it, we sample it, and we create an entire song around that. So right now, we digging in the infinite crate. It's endless.
Where I found the AI really useful for me, this way to like fill in the sparser sort of elements of my loops. Okay, let's try bongos. We're gonna put viola. We're gonna put rhythmic clapping. And we're gonna see what happens there. Woo! And it makes it sound, ironically, at the end of the day, a little more human. So then this is entirely Google's loops right here. These are gloops. It's like having like this weird friend that's just like, try this, try that. And then you're like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's pretty dope. Yeah, grouping up, instead of grouping, grouping up, instead of
The tools are capable of speeding up the process of what's in my head, getting it out. You're able to move light speed with your creativity. This is amazing. That right there?
I think this really shows what's possible when we work with the artist community on the future of music. You can find some brand new songs from these acclaimed artists and songwriters on their YouTube channels now. There's one more area I'm really excited to share with you. Our teams have made some incredible progress in generative video. Today, I'm excited to announce our newest, most capable generative video model called Veo. Veo creates high-quality 1080p videos from text, image, and video prompts. It can capture the details of your instructions in different visual and cinematic styles. You can prompt for things like aerial shots of a landscape or a time-lapse, and further edit your videos using additional prompts. You can use Veo in our new experimental tool called VideoFX. We're exploring features like storyboarding and generating longer scenes. Veo gives you unprecedented creative control. Techniques for generating static images have come a long way, but generating video is a different challenge altogether. Not only is it important to understand where an object or subject should be in space, it needs to maintain this consistency over time, just like the car in this video. Veo builds upon years of our pioneering generative video model work, including GQN, Venaki, Walt, Video Poet, Lumiere, and much more. We combine the best of these architectures and techniques to improve consistency, quality, and output resolution. To see what VO can do, we put it in the hands of an amazing filmmaker. Let's take a look.
Well, I've been interested in AI for a couple of years now. We got in contact with some of the people at Google, and they had been working on something of their own. So we're all meeting here at Gilgal Farms to make a short film.
The core technology is Google DeepMind's generative video model that has been trained to convert input text into output video.
It looks good.
We are able to bring ideas to life that were otherwise not possible. We can visualize things on a timescale that's 10 or 100 times faster than before.
When you're shooting, you can't really iterate as much as you wish. And so we've been hearing that feedback is that it allows for like more optionality, more iteration, more improvisation.
But that's what's cool about it. It's like you can make a mistake faster. That's all you really want at the end of the day. At least in art, it's just to make mistakes fast.
So using Gemini's multimodal capabilities to optimize the model training process, VO is able to better capture the nuance from prompts. So this includes cinematic techniques and visual effects, giving you total creative control.
Everybody's gonna become a director, and everybody should be a director. Because at the heart of all of this is just storytelling. The closer we are to being able to tell each other our stories, the more we'll understand each other.
These models are really enabling us to be more creative and to share that creativity with each other.
Over the coming weeks, some of these features will be available to select creators through video effects at labs.google, and the wait list is open now. Of course, these advances in generative video go beyond the beautiful visuals you've seen today. By teaching future AI models how to solve problems creatively, or in effect simulate the physics of our world, we can build more useful systems that can help people communicate in new ways, and thereby advance the frontiers of AI. When we first began this journey to build AI more than 15 years ago, we knew that one day it would change everything. Now that time is here, and we continue to be amazed by the progress we see and inspired by the advances still to come on the path to AGI. Thanks, and back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, Thomas. A huge amount of innovation is happening at Google DeepMind. It's amazing how much progress we have made in a year. Training state-of-the-art models requires a lot of computing power. Industry demand for ML compute has grown by a factor of 1 million in the last 6 years. And every year it increases tenfold. Google was built for this. For 25 years, we have invested in world-class technical infrastructure. From the cutting-edge hardware that powers search to our custom tensor processing units that power our AI advances. Gemini was trained and served entirely on our 4th and 5th generation TPUs. And other leading AI companies like Anthropic have trained their models on TPUs as well. Today, we are excited to announce the 6th generation of TPUs called Trillium. Trillium delivers a 4.7x improvement in compute performance per chip over the previous generation. It's our most efficient and performant TPU to date. We'll make Trillium available to our cloud customers in late 2024. Alongside our TPUs, we are proud to offer CPUs and GPUs to support any workload. That includes the new Axion processors we announced last month, our first custom ARM-based CPU with industry-leading performance and energy efficiency. We are also proud to be one of the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's cutting-edge Blackwell GPUs available in early 2025. We are fortunate to have a long-standing partnership with NVIDIA, excited to bring Blackwell's capabilities to our customers. Chips are a foundational part of our integrated end-to-end system. From performance-optimized hardware and open software to flexible consumption models, this all comes together in our AI hypercomputer, a groundbreaking supercomputer architecture. Businesses and developers are using it to tackle more complex challenges with more than twice the efficiency relative to just buying the raw hardware and chips. Our AI hypercomputer advancements are made possible in part because of our approach to liquid cooling in our data centers. We've been doing this for nearly a decade, long before it became state-of-the-art for the industry. And today, our total deployed fleet capacity for liquid cooling systems is nearly 1 gigawatt and growing. That's close to 70 times the capacity of any other fleet. Underlying this is the sheer scale of our network, which connects our infrastructure globally. Our network spans more than 2 million miles of terrestrial and subsea fiber, over 10 times the reach of the next leading cloud provider. We'll keep making the investments necessary to advance AI innovation and deliver state-of-the-art capabilities. And one of our greatest areas of investment and innovation is in our founding product, Search. 25 years ago, we created Search to help people make sense of the waves of information moving online. With each platform shift, we have delivered breakthroughs to help answer your questions better. On mobile, we unlocked new types of questions and answers using better context, location awareness, and real-time information. With advances in natural language understanding and computer vision, we enable new ways to search with your voice, or a hum to find your new favorite song, or an image of that flower you saw on your walk. Now you can even circle to search those cool new shoes you might want to buy. Go for it. You can always return them later. Of course, search in the Gemini era will take this to a whole new level. Combining our infrastructure strengths, the latest AI capabilities, our high bar for information quality, our decades of experience connecting you to the richness of the web, the result is a product that does the work for you. Google Search is generative AI at the scale of human curiosity, and it's our most exciting chapter of Search yet. To tell you more, here's Liz.
Thanks, Sundar. With each of these platform shifts, we haven't just adapted. We've expanded what's possible with Google Search. And now, with generative AI, Search will do more for you than you ever imagined. So whatever's on your mind, and whatever you need to get done, just ask. And Google will do the Googling for you. All the advancements you'll see today are made possible by a new Gemini model, customized for Google Search. What really sets this apart is our three unique strengths. First, our real-time information with over 1 trillion facts about people, places, and things. Second, our unparalleled ranking and quality systems, trusted for decades to get you the very best of the web. And third, the power of Gemini, which unlocks new agentive capabilities right in Search. By bringing these three things all together, we're able to dramatically expand what's possible with Google Search. Yet again, this is Search in the Gemini era. So let's dig in. You've heard today about AI overviews and how helpful people are finding them. With AI overviews, Google does the work for you. Instead of piecing together all the information yourself, you can ask your question. And as you see here, you can get an answer instantly, complete with a range of perspectives and links to dive deeper. As Sundar shared, AI overviews will begin rolling out to everyone in the US, starting today, with more countries soon. And by the end of the year, AI overviews will come to over 1 billion people in Google Search. But this is just the first step. We're making AI overviews even more helpful for your most complex questions, the type that are really more like 10 questions in one. You can ask your entire question with all its sub-questions and get an AI overview in seconds. To make this possible, we're introducing multi-step reasoning in Google Search. So Google can do the researching for you. For example, let's say you've been trying to get into yoga and Pilates. Finding the right studio can take a lot of research. There's so many factors you need to consider. Soon you'll be able to ask Search to find the best yoga or Pilates studios in Boston and show you details on their inter-offers and the walking time from Beacon Hill. As you can see here, Google gets to work for you, finding the most relevant information and bringing it together into your AI overview. You get some studios with great ratings and their introductory offers. And you can see the distance for each. Like this one, it's just a 10-minute walk away. Right below, you see where they're located, laid out visually. And you've got all this from just a single search. Under the hood, our custom Gemini model acts as your AI agent, using what we call multi-step reasoning. It breaks your bigger question down into all its parts, and it figures out which problems it needs to solve, and in what order. And thanks to our real-time info and ranking expertise, it reasons using the highest quality information out there. So since you're asking about places, it taps into Google's index of information about the real world, with over 250 million places, and updated in real time, including their ratings, reviews, business hours, and more. Research that might have taken you minutes or even hours, Google can now do on your behalf in just seconds. Next, let me show you another way multi-step reasoning in Google Search can make your life that much easier. Take planning, for example. Dreaming up trips and meal plans can be fun, but doing the work of actually figuring it all out, no thank you. With Gemini and Search, Google does the planning with you. Planning is really hard for AI to get right. It's the type of problem that takes advanced reasoning and logic. After all, if you're meal planning, you probably don't want mac and cheese for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Okay, my kids might, but say you're looking for a bit more variety. Now you can ask Search to create a 3-day meal plan for a group that's easy to prepare. And here you get a plan with a wide range of recipes from across the web. This one for overnight oats looks particularly interesting. And you can easily head over to the website to learn how to prepare them. If you want to get more veggies in, you can simply ask Search to swap in a vegetarian dish. And just like that, Search customizes your meal plan. And you can export your meal plan or get the ingredients as a list just by tapping here. Looking ahead, you can imagine asking Google to add everything to your preferred shopping cart. Then we're really cooking. These planning capabilities mean Search will be able to help plan everything from meals and trips to parties, dates, workout routines, and more. So you can get all the fun of planning without any of the hassle. You've seen how Google Search can help with increasingly complex questions and planning. But what about all those times when you don't know exactly what to ask and you need some help brainstorming? When you come to search for ideas, you'll get more than an AI-generated answer. You'll get an entire AI-organized page, custom built for you and your question. Say you're heading to Dallas to celebrate your anniversary, and you're looking for the perfect restaurant. What you get here breaks AI out of the box, and it brings it to the whole page. Our Gemini model uncovers the most interesting angles for you to explore and organizes these results into these helpful clusters. Like you might never have considered restaurants with live music, or ones with historic charm. Our model even uses contextual factors, like the time of the year. So since it's warm in Dallas, you can get rooftop patios as an idea. And it pulls everything together into a dynamic, whole-page experience. You'll start to see this new AI-organized search results page when you look for inspiration, starting with dining and recipes, and coming to movies, music, books, hotels, shopping, and more. Today, you've seen how you can bring any question to search, and Google takes the work out of searching. But your questions aren't limited to words in a text box. And sometimes even that picture can't tell the whole story. Earlier, Demis showed you our latest advancements in video understanding. And I'm really excited to share that soon you'll be able to ask questions with video right in Google Search. Let me introduce Rose to show you this in a live demo.
Thank you, Liz. I have always run a record player, and I got this one and some vinyls at a yard sale recently. But when I go to play it, this thing keeps sliding off. I have no idea how to fix it or where to even start. Before, I would have pieced together a bunch of searches to try to figure this out. Like, what make is this record player? What's the model? And what is this thing actually called? But now, I can just ask of a video. So let's try it. Let's do a live demo. I'm going to take a video and ask Google, why will this not stay in place? And in a near instant, Google gives me an AI overview. I guess some reasons this might be happening and steps I can take to troubleshoot. So looks like first, this is called a toner. Very helpful. And it looks like it may be unbalanced, and there's some really helpful steps here. And I love that because I'm new to all this, I can check out this helpful link from Audio-Technica to learn even more. So that was pretty quick. Yay! Let me walk you through what just happened. Thanks to a combination of our state-of-the-art speech models, our deep visual understanding, and our custom Gemini model, Search was able to understand the question I asked out loud, break down the video frame by frame. Each frame was fed into Gemini's long context window you heard about earlier today. So Search could then pinpoint the exact make and model of my record player and make sense of the motion across frames to identify that the tone arm was drifting. Search fanned out and combed the web to find relevant insights from articles, forums, videos, and more. And it stitched all of this together into my AI overview. The result was music to my ears. Back to you, Liz.
Everything you saw today is just a glimpse of how we're reimagining Google Search in the Gemini era. We're taking the very best of what makes Google, Google. All the reasons why billions of people turn to Google Search and have relied on us for decades. And we're bringing in the power of Gemini's agentive capabilities. So Google will do the searching, the researching, the planning, the brainstorming, and so much more. All you need to do is just ask. You'll start to see these features rolling out in Search in the coming weeks. Opt into Search Labs to be among the first to try them out. Now let's take a look at how this all comes together in Google Search this year.
I got that swagger, I got the feel, I got that new thing. I got that extra, got the real deal. When I just do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. I got that hustle, that straight up swing. I got that no thing. Do my thing, do my thing. Stop that, just fuck now. I just do it like that. Do my thing. Stop that, just fuck now. I just do it like that. Do my thing. Stop that, just fuck now. Do it like that. I got the new stuff. No. I got the new stuff. No.
Why is the lever not moving all the way?
I got the new stuff. I got the new stuff. No. I got the new jam. I got the new jam. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I got the new stuff. I got the new stuff. No. I
Since last May, we've been hard at work making Gemini for Workspace even more helpful for businesses and consumers across the world. Tens of thousands of customers have been using Help Me Write, Help Me Visualize, Help Me Organize since we launched. And now we're really excited that the new Gemini-powered side panel will be generally available next month. One of our customers is a local favorite right here in California, Sports Basement. They rolled out Gemini for Workspace to the organization, and this has helped improve the productivity of their customer support team by more than 30%. Customers love how Gemini grows participation in meetings with automatic language detection and real-time captions now expanding to 68 languages. We are really excited about what Gemini 1.5 Pro unlocks for Workspace and AI Premium customers. Let me start by showing you 3 new capabilities coming to Gmail Mobile. This is my Gmail account. Okay, there's an email up top from my husband. Help me sort out the roof repair thing, please. Now, we've been trying to find a contractor to fix our roof. And with work travel, I have clearly dropped the ball. It looks like there's an email thread on this with lots of emails that I haven't read. And luckily for me, I can simply tap the summarize option up top and skip reading this long back and forth. Now, Gemini pulls up this helpful mobile card as an overlay. And this is where I can read a nice summary of all the salient information that I need to know. So I see here that we have a quote from Jeff at Green Roofing, and he's ready to start. Now, I know we had other bids, and I don't remember the details. Previously, I would have had to do a number of searches in Gmail and then remember and compare information across different emails. Now, I can simply type out my question right here in the mobile card and say something like, compare my roof repair bids by price and availability. This new Q&A feature makes it so easy to get quick answers on anything in my inbox. For example, when are my shoes arriving, or what time do doors open for the Knicks game, without having to first search Gmail, then open the email, and then look for the specific information and attachments, and so on. Anyway, back to my roof. It looks like Gemini has found details that I got from 2 other contractors in completely different email threads, and I have this really nicely organized summary, and I can do a quick comparison. So it seems like Jeff's quote was right in the middle. He can start immediately, so green roofing it is. I'll open that last email from Jeff and confirm the project. And look at that. I see some suggested replies from Gemini. Now, what is really, really neat about this evolution of Smart Reply is that it's contextual. Gemini understood the back and forth in that thread and that Jeff was ready to start, so offers me a few customized options based on that context. So, here I see I have decline the service, suggest a new time. I'll choose proceed and confirm time. I can even see a preview of the full reply simply by long pressing. This looks reasonable, so I'll hit send. These new capabilities in Gemini and Gmail will start rolling out this month to Labs users. Okay, so one of the really neat things about Workspace apps like Gmail, Drive, Docs, Calendar is how well they work together. And in our daily lives, we often have information that flows from one app to another, like, say, adding a calendar entry from Gmail or creating reminders from a spreadsheet tracker. But what if Gemini could make these journeys totally seamless? Perhaps even automate them for you entirely. So let me show you what I mean with a real-life example. My sister is a self-employed photographer, and her inbox is full of appointment bookings, receipts, client feedback on photos, and so much more. Now, if you're a freelancer or a small business, you really want to focus on your craft and not on bookkeeping and logistics. So let's go to her inbox and take a look. Lots of unread emails. Let's click on the first one. It's got a PDF that's an attachment from a hotel as a receipt, and I see a suggestion in the side panel. Help me organize and track my receipts. Let's click on this prompt. The side panel now will show me more details about what that really means. And as you can see, there's 2 steps here. Step 1, create a Drive folder and put this receipt and 37 others it's found into that folder. Makes sense. Step 2, extract the relevant information from those receipts in that folder into a new spreadsheet. Now, this sounds useful. Why not? I also have the option to edit these actions or just hit OK. So let's hit OK. Gemini will now complete the 2 steps described above, and this is where it gets even better. Gemini offers you the option to automate this so that this particular workflow is run on all future emails, keeping your Drive folder and expense sheet up to date with no effort from you. Now, we know that creating a complex spreadsheet like this can be daunting for most people. But with this automation, Gemini does the hard work of extracting all the right information from all the files and in that folder and generates this sheet for you. So let's take a look. OK, it's super well organized, and it even has a category for expense type. Now, we have this sheet. Things can get even more fun. We can ask Gemini questions. Questions like, show me where the money is spent. Gemini not only analyzes the data from the sheet, but also creates a nice visual to help me see the complete breakdown by category. And you can imagine how this extends to all sorts of use cases in your inbox, like travel expenses, shopping, remodeling projects, you name it. All of that information in Gmail can be put to good use and help you work, plan, and play better. Now, this particular, I know. This particular ability to organize your attachments in Drive and generate a sheet and do data analysis via Q&A will be rolling out to Labs users this September. And it's just one of the many automations that we're working on in Workspace. Workspace in the Gemini era will continue to unlock new ways of getting things done. We're building advanced agentive experiences, including customizing how you use Gemini. Now, as we look to 2025 and beyond, we're exploring entirely new ways of working with AI. Now, with Gemini, you have an AI-powered assistant always at your side. But what if you could expand how you interact with AI? For example, when we work with other people, we mention them in comments in docs, or we send them emails. We have group chats with them, etc. And it's not just how we collaborate with each other, but we each have a specific role to play in the team. And as the team works together, we build a set of collective experiences and context to learn from each other. We have the combined set of skills to draw from when we need help. So how could we introduce AI into this mix and build on this shared expertise? Well, here's one way. We're prototyping a virtual Gemini-powered teammate. This teammate has an identity, a Workspace account, along with a specific role and objective. Let me bring Tony up to show you what I mean. Hey, Tony.
Hey, Aparna. Hey, everyone. OK, so let me start by showing you how we set up this virtual teammate. As you can see, the teammate has its very own account. And we can go ahead and give it a name. We'll do something fun like Chip. Chip's been given a specific job role with a set of descriptions on how to be helpful for the team. You can see that here. And some of the jobs are to monitor and track projects. We've listed a few out, to organize information and provide context, and a few more things. Now that we've configured our virtual teammate, let's go ahead and see Chip in action. To do that, I'll switch us over here to Google Chat. First, when planning for an event like I/O, we have a ton of chat rooms for various purposes. Luckily for me, Chip is in all of them. To quickly catch up, I might ask a question like, anyone know if our I/O storyboards are approved? Because we've instructed Chip to track this project, Chip searches across all the conversations and knows to respond with an answer. There it is. Simple, but very helpful. Now, as the team adds Chip to more group chats, more files, more email threads, Chip builds a collective memory of our work together. Let's look at an example. To show you, I'll switch over to a different room. How about Project Sapphire over here? And here we are discussing a product release coming up. And as usual, many pieces are still in flight. So I can go ahead and ask, are we on track for launch? Chip gets to work not only searching through everything it has access to, but also synthesizing what's found and coming back with an up-to-date response. There it is. A clear timeline, a nice summary, and notice even in this first message here, Chip flags a potential issue the team should be aware of. Because we're in a group space, everyone can follow along, anyone can jump in at any time, as you see someone just did, asking Chip to help create a doc to help address the issue. A task like this could take me hours, dozens of hours. Chip can get it all done in just a few minutes, sending the doc over right when it's ready. And so much of this practical helpfulness comes from how we've customized Chip to our team's needs, and how seamlessly this AI is integrated directly into where we're already working. Back to you, Aparna.
Thank you, Tony. Now, I can imagine a number of different types of virtual teammates configured by businesses to help them do what they need. Now, we have a lot of work to do to figure out how to bring these agentive experiences like virtual teammates into Workspace, including enabling third parties to make their very own versions of Chip. We're excited about where this is headed, so stay tuned. And as Gemini and its capabilities continue to evolve, we're diligently bringing that power directly into Workspace to make all our users more productive and creative, both at home and at work. And now, over to Sissy to tell you more about Gemini app.
Our vision for the Gemini app is to be the most helpful personal AI assistant by giving you direct access to Google's latest AI models. Gemini can help you learn, create, code, and anything else you can imagine. And over the past year, Gemini has put Google's AI in the hands of millions of people, with experiences designed for your phone and the web. We also launched Gemini Advanced, our premium subscription for access to the latest AI innovations from Google. Today, we'll show you how Gemini is delivering our most intelligent AI experience. Let's start with the Gemini app, which is redefining how we interact with AI. It's natively multimodal, so you can use text, voice, or your phone's camera to express yourself naturally. And this summer, you can have an in-depth conversation with Gemini using your voice. We're calling this new experience Live. Using Google's latest speech models, Gemini can better understand you and answer naturally. You can even interrupt while Gemini is responding, and it will adapt to your speech patterns. And this is just the beginning. We're excited to bring the speed gains and video understanding capabilities from Project Astra to the Gemini app. When you go live, you'll be able to open your camera so Gemini can see what you see and respond to your surroundings in real time. Now, the way I use Gemini isn't the way you use Gemini. So we're rolling out a new feature that lets you customize it for your own needs and create personal experts on any topic you want. We're calling these gems. They're really simple to set up. just tap to create a gem, write your instructions once, and come back whenever you need it. For example, here's a gem that I created that acts as a personal writing coach. It specializes in short stories with mysterious twists, and it even builds on the story drafts in my Google Drive. I call it the Cliffhanger Curator. Now, gems are a great time saver when you have specific ways that you want to interact with Gemini again and again. Gems will roll out in the coming months, and our trusted testers are already finding so many creative ways to put them to use. They can act as your yoga bestie, your personal sous chef, a brainy calculus tutor, a peer reviewer for your code, and so much more. Next, I'll show you how Gemini is taking a step closer to being a true AI assistant by planning and taking actions for you. Now, we all know that chatbots can give you ideas for your next vacation, but there's a lot more that goes into planning a great trip. It requires reasoning that considers space-time logistics and the intelligence to prioritize and make decisions. That reasoning and intelligence all come together in the new trip planning experience in Gemini Advanced. Now, it all starts with a prompt. OK, so here we go. We're going to Miami. My son loves art, my husband loves seafood, and our flight and hotel details are already in my Gmail inbox. Now, there's a lot going on in that prompt. Everyone has their own things that they want to do. To make sense of these variables, Gemini starts by gathering all kinds of information from search and helpful extensions like Maps and Gmail. It uses that data to create a dynamic graph of possible travel options, taking into account all of my priorities and constraints. The end result is a personalized vacation plan presented in Gemini's new dynamic UI. Now, based on my flight information, Gemini knows that I need a 2.5-day itinerary. And you can see how Gemini uses spatial data to make decisions. Our flight lands in the late afternoon, so Gemini skips a big activity that day and finds a highly rated seafood restaurant close to our hotel. Now, on Sunday, we have a jam-packed day. I like these recommendations, but my family likes to sleep in. So I tap to change the start time, and just like that, Gemini adjusted my itinerary for the rest of the trip. It moved our walking tour to the next day and added lunch options near the Street Art Museum to make the most of our Sunday afternoon. This looks great. It would have taken me hours of work checking multiple sources, figuring out schedules, and Gemini did this in a fraction of the time. This new trip planning experience will be rolling out to Gemini Advanced this summer, just in time to help you plan your own Labor Day weekend. All right, we saved the best for last. You heard Sundar say earlier that starting today, Gemini Advanced subscribers get access to Gemini 1.5 Pro with 1 million tokens. That is the longest context window of any chatbot in the world. It unlocks incredible new potential in AI, so you can tackle complex problems that were previously unimaginable. You can upload a PDF up to 1,500 pages long, or multiple files to get insights across a project. And soon you can upload as much as 30,000 lines of code or even an hour-long video. Gemini Advanced is the only chatbot that lets you process this amount of information. Now just imagine how useful this will be for students. Let's say you've spent months on your thesis and you could really use a fresh perspective. You can upload your entire thesis, your sources, your notes, your research, and soon interview audio recordings and videos too. So Gemini has all of this context to give you actionable advice. It can dissect your main points, identify improvements, and even role play as your professor. So you can feel confident in your work. And check out what Gemini Advanced can do with your spreadsheets, with the new data analysis feature launching in the coming weeks. Maybe you have a side hustle selling handcrafted products. but you're a better artist than accountant, and it's really hard to understand which products are worth your time. Simply upload all of your spreadsheets and ask Gemini to visualize your earnings and help you understand your profit. Gemini goes to work calculating your returns and pulling its analysis together into a single chart so you can easily understand which products are really paying off. Now, behind the scenes, Gemini writes custom Python code to crunch these numbers. And of course, your files are not used to train our models. Oh, and just one more thing. Later this year, we'll be doubling the long context window to 2 million tokens. We absolutely can't wait for you to try all of this for yourself. Gemini is continuing to evolve and improve at a breakthrough pace. We're making Gemini more multimodal, more agentive, and more intelligent, with the capacity to process the most information of any chatbot in the world. And as you heard earlier, we're also expanding Gemini Advanced to over 35 supported languages available today. But of course, what makes Gemini so compelling is how easy it is to do just about anything you want with a simple prompt. Let's take a look.
Enter a prompt here. Okay, can't be that hard. How about generate an image of a cat playing guitar?
Is that how it works? Am I doing AI?
Yeah, it just does whatever you type.
What a last-minute gift ideas you can make with arts and crafts.
Plan a workout routine to get bigger calves.
Help me think of titles for my tell-all memoir.
What's something smart I can say about Renoir?
Generate another image of a cat playing guitar.
If a girl calls me a snack, how do I reply?
Yeah, that's how it works. You're doing AI.
Make this email sound more professional before I hit send.
What's a good excuse to cancel dinner with my friends?
We're literally sitting right here.
There's no wrong way to prompt. Yeah, you're doing it. There's no wrong way to prompt. It does whatever you just prompt your prompt in the prompt bar.
Or just generate an image of a cat playing guitar.
You know I can do other stuff, right?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be back at Google I/O. Today, you've seen how AI is transforming our products across Gemini, Search, Workspace, and more. We're bringing all these innovations right onto your Android phone. And we're going even further to make Android the best place to experience Google AI. This new era of AI is a profound opportunity to make smartphones truly smart. Our phones have come a long way in a short time, but if you think about it, it's been years since the user experience has fundamentally transformed. This is a once-in-a-generation moment to reinvent what phones can do. So we've embarked on a multi-year journey to reimagine Android with AI at the core. And it starts with 3 breakthroughs you'll see this year. First, we're putting AI-powered search right at your fingertips, creating entirely new ways to get the answers you need. Second, Gemini is becoming your new AI assistant on Android, there to help you anytime. And third, we're harnessing on-device AI to unlock new experiences that work as fast as you do while keeping your sensitive data private. Let's start with AI-powered search. Earlier this year, we took an important first step at Samsung Unpacked by introducing Circle to Search. It brings the best of search directly into the user experience, so you can go deeper on anything you see on your phone without switching apps. Fashionistas are finding the perfect shoes, home chefs are discovering new ingredients, and with our latest update, it's never been easier to translate whatever's on your screen, like a social post in another language. And there are even more ways Circle to Search can help. One thing we've heard from students is that they're doing more of their schoolwork directly on their phones and tablets. So we thought, could Circle the Search be your perfect study buddy? Let's say my son needs help with a tricky physics word problem, like this one. My first thought is, oh boy, it's been a while since I've thought about kinematics. If he's stumped on this question, instead of putting me on the spot, he can circle the exact part he's stuck on and get step-by-step instructions, right where he's already doing the work. Of course, final velocity equals initial velocity plus acceleration times elapsed time. Right. I was just about to say that. Seriously, though, I love how it shows how to solve the problem, not just the answer. This new capability is available today. And later this year, Circle the Search will be able to tackle more complex problems involving symbolic formulas, diagrams, graphs, and more. Circle the Search is only on Android. It's available on more than 100 million devices today, and we're on track to double that by the end of the year. You've already heard from Sissy about the incredible updates coming to the Gemini app. On Android, Gemini is so much more. It's becoming a foundational part of the Android experience. Here's Dave to share more.
Hey everyone. A couple of months ago, we launched Gemini on Android. And like Circle the Search, Gemini works at the system level. So instead of going to a separate app, I can bring Gemini right to what I'm doing. Now, we're making Gemini context-aware, so it can anticipate what you're trying to do and provide more helpful suggestions in the moment. In other words, to be a more helpful assistant. So let me show you how this works. And I have my shiny new Pixel 8a here to help me. So my friend Pete is asking if I want to play pickleball this weekend. And I know how to play tennis, sort of. I had to say that for the demo. But I'm new to this pickleball thing. So I'm going to reply and try to be funny. And I'll say, is that like tennis, but with pickles? This would be actually a lot funnier with a meme. So let me bring up Gemini to help with that. And I'll say, create image of tennis with pickles. Now, one new thing you'll notice is that the Gemini window now hovers in place above the app so that I stay in the flow. OK, so that generates some pretty good images. What's nice is I can then drag and drop any of these directly into the Messages app below. So like so. Cool, let me send that. All right, so Pete was typing, and he says, he's sending me a video on how to play pickleball. All right, thanks, Pete. Let's tap on that. That launches YouTube. But you know, I only have 1 or 2 burning questions about the game, and I can bring up Gemini to help with that. And because it's context-aware, Gemini knows I'm looking at a video, so it proactively shows me an Ask This Video chip. So let me tap on that. And now I can ask specific questions about the video. So for example, what is can't type, the 2-bounce rule? Because that's something that I've heard about but don't quite understand in the game. By the way, this uses signals like YouTube's captions, which means you can use it on billions of videos. So give it a moment, and there. I get a nice, succinct answer. The ball must bounce once on each side of the court after a serve. OK, cool. Let me go back to Messages. And Pete's followed up, and he says, you're an engineer, so here's the official rule book for pickleball. OK, thanks, Pete. Pete's very helpful, by the way. OK, so we tap on that, launches a PDF. That's an 84-page PDF. I don't know how much time Pete thinks I have. Anyway, us engineers, as you all know, like to work smarter, not harder. So instead of trolling through this entire document, I can pull up Gemini to help. And again, Gemini anticipates what I need and offers me an Ask This PDF option. So if I tap on that, Gemini now ingests all of the rules to become a pickleball expert. And that means I can ask very esoteric questions, like, for example, are spin serves allowed. And let's hit that, because I've heard that rule may be changing. Now, because I'm a Gemini Advanced user, this works on any PDF and takes full advantage of the long context window. And there's just lots of times when that's useful. For example, let's say you're looking for a quick answer in an appliance user manual. And there you have it. It turns out, nope, spin serves are not allowed. So Gemini not only gives me a clear answer to my question, it also shows me exactly where in the PDF to learn more. Awesome. OK. So that's a few of the ways that we're enhancing Gemini to be more context-aware and helpful in the moment. And what you've seen here are the first of really many new ways that Gemini will unlock new experiences at the system level. And they're only available on Android. You'll see these and more coming to hundreds of millions of devices over the next couple of months. Now, building Google AI directly into the OS elevates the entire smartphone experience. And Android is the first mobile operating system to include a built-in on-device foundation model. This lets us bring Gemini goodness from the data center right into your pocket. So the experience is faster while also protecting your privacy. Starting with Pixel later this year, we'll be expanding what's possible with our latest model, Gemini Nano with multimodality. This means your phone can understand the world the way you understand it. So not just through text input, but also through sights, sounds, and spoken language. Let me give you an example. 2.2 billion people experience blindness or low vision. So several years ago, we developed TalkBack, an accessibility feature that helps people navigate their phone through touch and spoken feedback. Helping with images is especially important. In fact, my colleague Caro, who uses TalkBack, will typically come across 90 unlabeled images per day. Thankfully, TalkBack makes them accessible. And now we're taking that to the next level with the multimodal capabilities of Gemini Nano. So when someone sends Caro a photo, she'll get a richer and clearer description of what's happening. Or let's say Caro is shopping online for an outfit. Now she can get a crystal clear description of the style and cut to find the perfect look. Running Gemini Nano on device helps minimize the latency, and the model even works when there's no network connection. These improvements to TalkBack are coming later this year. Let me show you another example of what on-device AI can unlock. People lost more than $1 trillion to fraud last year. And as scams continue to evolve across texts, phone calls, and even videos, Android can help protect you from the bad guys, no matter how they try to reach you. So let's say I get rudely interrupted by an unknown caller right in the middle of my presentation. Hello?
Hi, I'm calling from Safemore Bank Security Department. Am I speaking to Dave?
Yeah, this is Dave, kind of in the middle of something.
We've detected some suspicious activity on your account. It appears someone is trying to make unauthorized charges.
Oh yeah, what kind of charges?
I can't give you specifics over the phone, but to protect your account, I'm going to help you transfer your money to a secure account we've set up for you.
And look at this. My phone gives me a warning that this call might be a scam. Gemini Nano alerts me the second it detects suspicious activity, like a bank asking me to move my money to keep it safe. And everything happens right on my phone, so the audio processing stays completely private to me and on my device. We're currently testing this feature, and we'll have more updates to share later this summer. And we're really just scratching the surface of the kinds of fast, private experiences that on-device AI unlocks. Later this year, Gemini will be able to more deeply understand the content of the screen without any information leaving your phone, thanks to the on-device model. So remember that pickleball example earlier? Gemini and Android will be able to automatically understand the conversation and provide relevant suggestions, like where to find pickleball clubs near me. And this is a powerful concept that will work across many apps on your phone. In fact, later today, at the developer keynote, you'll hear about how we're empowering our developer community with our latest AI models and tools, like Gemini Nano and Gemini in Android Studio. Also, stay tuned tomorrow for for our upcoming Android 15 updates, which we can't wait to share with you. As we said at the outset, we're reimagining Android with Gemini at the core. From your favorite apps to the OS itself, we're bringing the power of AI to every aspect of the smartphone experience. And with that, let me hand over to Josh to share more on our news for developers. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. It's amazing to see Gemini Nano do all of that directly on an Android phone. That was our plan all along, to create a natively multimodal Gemini in a range of sizes so you all, as developers, can choose the one that works best for you. Throughout the morning, you've heard a lot about our Gemini 1.5 series, and I want to talk about the two models you can access today. 1.5 Pro, which is getting a series of quality improvements that go out right about now, and the brand new 1.5 Flash. Both are available today globally in over 200 countries and territories. You can go over to AI Studio or Vertex AI if you're a Google Cloud customer to give them a try. Now, both of these models are natively multimodal. That means you can interleave text, images, audio, and video as inputs, and pack that massive 1 million token context window. And if you go to ai.googledev today, you can sign up to try the 2 million token context window for 1.5 Pro. And we're also adding a bunch of new developer features, starting with video frame extraction. That's going to be in the Gemini API. Parallel function calling, so you can return more than one function call at a time. And my favorite, context caching. So you can send all of your files to the model once and not have to resend them over and over again. That should make the long context even more useful and more affordable. It ships next month. Now, we're using Google's infrastructure to serve these models, so developers, like all of you, can get great prices. 1.5 Pro is $7 per 1 million tokens. And I'm excited to share that for prompts up to 128K, it'll be 50% less for $3.50. And 1.5 Flash will start at 35 cents per 1 million tokens. Now, one thing you might be wondering is which model is best for your use case. Here's how we've been thinking about it on the team. We use 1.5 Pro for complex tasks where you really want the highest quality response. And it's OK if it takes a little bit longer to come back. We're using 1.5 Flash for quick tasks where the speed of the model is what matters the most. And as a developer, you can go try them both out today and see what works best for you. Now, I'm going to show you how it works here in AI Studio, the fastest way to build with Gemini. And we'll pull it up here. And you can see this is AI Studio. It's free to use. You don't have to configure anything to get going. You just go to aistudio.google.com, log in with your Google account, and you can just pick the model here in the right that works best for you. So one of the ways we've been using 1.5 Flash is to actually learn from customer feedback about some of our labs products. Flash makes this possible with its low latency. So what we did here is we just took a bunch of different feedback from our customer forums. You can put it into Flash, load up a prompt, and hit run. Now, in the background, what it's going to do is it's going to go through that 93,000 token pile of information, and you can see here, start streaming it back. Now, this is really helpful because it pulls out the themes for us. It gives us all the right places where we can start to look. And you can see this is from some of the benefits from Notebook LM, like we showed earlier. Now, what's great about this is that you can take something like this in AI Studio, prototyped here in 10 seconds, and with one click in the upper left, get an API key, or over here in the upper right, just tap Get Code. And you've got all of the model configurations, the safety settings, ready to go, straight into your IDE. Now, over time, if you find that you need more enterprise-grade features, you can use these same Gemini 1.5 models and the same configurations right in Vertex AI. That way, you can scale up with Google Cloud as your enterprise needs grow. So that's our newly updated Gemini 1.5 Pro and the new 1.5 Flash, both of which are available today globally. And you'll hear a lot more about them in the developer keynote later today. Now let's shift gears and talk about Gemma, our family of open models, which are crucial for driving AI innovation and responsibility. Gemma is built from the same research and technology as Gemini. It offers top performance and comes in lightweight 7B and 2B sizes. Now, since it launched less than 3 months ago, it's been downloaded millions of times across all the major model hubs. Developers and researchers have been using it and customizing the base Gemma model and using some of our pre-trained variants, like recurrent Gemma and code Gemma. And today's newest member, PolyGemma, our first vision language open model, and it's available right now. It's optimized for a range of image captioning, visual Q&A, and other image labeling tasks, so go give it a try. I'm also too excited to announce that we have Gemma 2 coming. It's the next generation of Gemma, and it will be available in June. One of the top requests we've heard from developers is for a bigger Gemma model, but it's still got to fit in a size that's easy for all of you to use. So in a few weeks, we'll be adding a new 27 billion parameter model to Gemma 2. And here's what's great about it. This size is optimized by NVIDIA to run on next-gen GPUs and can run efficiently on a single TPU host in Vertex AI. So this quality to size ratio is amazing because it'll outperform models more than twice its size. We can't wait to see what you're going to build with it. To wrap up, I want to share this inspiring story from India, where developers have been using Gemma and its unique tokenization to create Navarasa, a set of instruction-tuned models to expand access to 15 Indic languages. This builds on our efforts to make information accessible in more than 7,000 languages around the world. Take a look.
Language is a very interesting problem to solve, actually. And given India has a huge variety of languages and it changes every 5 kilometers.
When technology is developed for a particular culture, it won't be able to solve and understand the nuances of a country like India. One of Gemma's features is an incredibly powerful tokenizer, which enables the model to use hundreds of thousands of words, symbols, and characters across so many alphabets and language systems. This large vocabulary is critical to adapting Gemma to power projects like Navarasa.
Navarasa is a model that's trained for Indic languages. It's a fine-tuned model based on Google's Gemma. We built Navarasa to make large language models culturally rooted, where people can talk in their native language and get the responses in their native language. Our biggest dream is to build a model to include everyone from all corners of India.
तो हमें AI को यूज करके एक ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजी चाहिए कि कोई भी पीछे ना रहे और हर कोई इसको यूज कर सके.
Today, the language that you speak in could be the tool and the technology that you use for solving your real-world problems. And that's the power of generative AI that we want to bring to every corner of India and the entire world.
Listening to everything that's been announced today, it's clear that AI is already helping people, from their everyday tasks to their most ambitious, productive, and imaginative endeavors. Our AI innovations like multimodality, long context, and agents are at the cutting edge of what this technology can do, taking to a whole new level its capacity to help people. Yet, as with any emerging technology, there are still risks and new questions that will arise as AI advances and its uses evolve. In navigating these complexities, we're guided by our AI principles, and we're learning from our users, partners, and our own research. To us, building AI responsibly means both addressing the risks and maximizing the benefits for people and society. Let me begin with what we're doing to address the risks. Here, I want to focus on how we are improving our models and protecting against their misuse. Beyond what Demis shared earlier, we're improving our models with an industry-standard practice called red teaming, in which we test our own models and try to break them to identify weaknesses. Adding to this work, we're developing a cutting-edge technique we call AI-assisted red teaming. This draws on Google DeepMind's gaming breakthroughs like AlphaGo, where we train AI agents to compete against each other and improve and expand the scope of their red teaming capabilities. We're developing AI models with these capabilities to help address adversarial prompting and limit problematic outputs. We're also improving our models with feedback from two important groups: thousands of internal safety experts with a range of disciplines, and a range of independent experts from academia to civil society. Both groups help us identify emerging risks from cybersecurity threats to potentially dangerous capabilities in areas like chem-bio. Combining human insight with our safety testing methods will help make our models and products more accurate, reliable, and safer. This is particularly important as technical advances like better intonation make interactions with AI feel and sound more human-like. We're doing a lot of research in this area, including the potential for harm and misuse. We're also developing new tools to help prevent the misuse of our models. For example, Imagen 3 and Veo create more realistic imagery and videos. We must also consider how they might be misused to spread misinformation. To help, last year, we introduced SynthID, a tool that adds imperceptible watermarks to our AI-generated images and audio so that they're easier to identify. Today, we're expanding SynthID to two new modalities: text and video. These launches build on our efforts to deploy state-of-the-art watermarking capabilities across modalities. Moving forward, we'll keep integrating advances like watermarking and other emerging techniques to secure our latest generations of Gemini, Imagen, Lyria, and Veo models. We're also committed to working with the ecosystem, with all of you, to help others build on the advances we're making. And in the coming months, we'll be open sourcing SynthID text watermarking. This will be available in our updated Responsible Generative AI Toolkit, which we created to make it easier for developers to build AI responsibly. We're also collaborating with C2PA, and we support C2PA collaborating with Adobe, Microsoft, startups, and many others to build and implement standards that improve the transparency of digital media. Now, let's turn to the second and equally important part of our responsible AI approach: how we're building AI to benefit people and society. Today, our AI advances are helping to solve real-world problems like accelerating the work of 1.8 million scientists in 190 countries who are using AlphaFold to work on issues like neglected diseases, helping predict floods in more than 80 countries, and helping organizations like the United Nations track progress on the world's 17 Sustainable Development Goals with data commons. And now, generative AI is unlocking new ways for us to make the world's information and knowledge universally accessible and useful for learning. Billions of people already use Google products to learn every day. And generative AI is opening up new possibilities, allowing us to ask questions like, what if everyone, everywhere, could have their own personal AI tutor on any topic? Or, what if every educator could have their own assistant in the classroom? Today marks a new chapter for learning and education at Google. I'm excited to introduce LearnLM, our new family of models based on Gemini and fine-tuned for learning. LearnLM is grounded in educational research, making learning experiences more personal and engaging. And it's coming to the products you use every day, like Search, Android, Gemini, and YouTube. In fact, you've already seen LearnLM on stage today, when it helps Samir with his son's homework on Android. Now let's see how this works in the Gemini app. Earlier, Sissy introduced Gems, custom versions of Gemini that can act as personal assistive experts on any topic. We're developing some pre-made gems, which will be available in the Gemini app and web experience, including one called Learning Coach. With Learning Coach, you can get step-by-step study guidance, along with helpful practice and memory techniques designed to build understanding rather than just give you the answer. Let's say you're a college student studying for an upcoming biology exam. If you need a tip to remember the formula for photosynthesis, Learning Coach can help. Learning Coach, along with other pre-made gems, will launch in Gemini in the coming months. And you can imagine what features like Gemini Live can unlock for learning. Another example is a new feature in YouTube that uses LearnLM to make educational videos more interactive, allowing you to ask a clarifying question, get a helpful explanation, or take a quiz. This even works for those long lectures or seminars, thanks to Gemini model's long context capabilities. This feature in YouTube is already rolling out to select Android users. As we work to extend LearnLM beyond our own products, we're partnering with experts and institutions like Columbia Teachers College, Arizona State University, and Khan Academy to test and improve the new capabilities in our models for learning. And we've collaborated with MIT Raise to develop an online course to help educators better understand and use generative AI. We're also working directly with educators to build more helpful generative AI tools with LearnLM. For example, in Google Classroom, we're drawing on the advances we've heard about today to develop new ways to simplify and improve lesson planning and enable teachers to tailor lessons and content to meet the individual needs of their students. Standing here today makes me think back to my own time as an undergraduate. Then, AI was considered speculative, far from any real-world uses. Today, we can see how much is already real, how much it is already helping people from their everyday tasks to their most ambitious, productive, and imaginative endeavors, and how much more is still to come. This is what motivates us. I'm excited about what's ahead and what we'll build with all of you. Back to you, Sundar.
Thanks, James. All of this shows the important progress we have made as we take a bold and responsible approach to making AI helpful for everyone. Before we wrap, I have a feeling that someone out there might be counting how many times we have mentioned AI today. And since the big theme today has been letting Google do the work for you, we went ahead and counted so that you don't have to. That might be a record in how many times someone has said AI. I'm tempted to say it a few more times, but I won't. Anyhow, this tally is more than just a punchline. It reflects something much deeper. We've been AI first in our approach for a long time. Our decades of research leadership have pioneered many of the modern breakthroughs that power AI progress for us and for the industry. On top of that, we have world-leading infrastructure built for the AI era, cutting-edge innovation in search now powered by Gemini, products that help at extraordinary scale, including 15 products with over 500 million users, and platforms that enable everyone, partners, customers, creators, and all of you to invent the future. This progress is only possible because of our incredible developer community. You're making it real through the experiences you build every day. So to everyone here in Shoreline, and the millions more watching around the world, here's to the possibilities ahead and creating them together. Thank you.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is...
What does this remind you of? Schrodinger's cat. Wow. Wow. Okay.
When all of these tools come together, it's a powerful combination.
It's amazing.
That's amazing.
It's an entire suite of different kind of possibilities.
Hi, I'm Gemini. What neighborhood do you think I'm in? This appears to be the King's Cross area of London.
Together, we're creating a new era.
to the 16th Google I/O. I want to thank our fantastic developer community, all millions of you around the world, for choosing to build with Google. Literally, whatever you can imagine, you can bring it to life, because only Google's ecosystem gives you the potential to reach people on 3 billion Android devices and 2 billion Chrome and Chromium-based browsers. You've created millions of helpful apps with Firebase, Google Cloud, and generative AI models like Gemini and Gemma. At Google, we're on a mission to make generative AI accessible to every developer on the planet. It's transforming the very fundamentals of software development, including new techniques for how you build and new inspiration for what you build. AI helps you to be more productive by assisting you with many different development tasks, such as writing, debugging, and testing your code, or generating documentation and understanding your code base. That's why Gemini is available to you, all developers, to use in Android Studio, Chrome DevTools, Project IDX, Colab, VS Code, IntelliJ, and Firebase. Gemini is even more helpful with context such as app settings, performance data, your logs, and source code. This is just a glimpse of AI changing how we build. Now, let's go to what you build. Today, people just assume that things will work great across any platform, any device that they use, literally anywhere they are, whether on the go, at home, or at work, in their local town, or on the other side of the world. At the same time, the tools that you use need to make that possible, and they're constantly evolving. It's great to see the latest technologies come out, but that means more complexity, especially with so many different AI concepts to learn. We want to make your lives simpler. As code becomes content and coders become creators. Whether you're building an AI-powered mobile app, a web app, or an interactive experience that works across all platforms, we're providing you with powerful, more integrated development tools, both from Google and the open ecosystem, and it comes with secure, easy access to Google's most capable AI models and global cloud infrastructure. Ultimately, it's about helping you to stay focused on what you want to build. Amazing products and services, and not the plumbing. Which takes me to our agenda for today. Up next, you'll hear more on how you can use the Gemini API and Google AI Studio to develop engaging and multimodal apps. Then we will take you through how Gemini helps you to create a whole new category of AI-powered experiences on Android and web with exceptional levels of productivity. We've also been hard at work creating the very best experience for full-stack multi-platform development. Our team will share what's now possible with Project IDX, Flutter, and Firebase. And we think that will dramatically expand what you can build. Then, we will talk about how you can build and customize your own AI models with Gemma. You'll see how Colab, Keras, and Jax make it really easy. Finally, I'll be back up here to share one more thing before we wrap it up. Are you ready to jump in? Okay, awesome. Jacqueline, come join us.
Our investment in our AI research and infrastructure allows us to put the power of AI directly into your hands. We make it easy to start building an AI app with a simple API integration, so you can focus on building the best possible products for your users. Now, meeting many of you at hackathons and meetups, I am blown away by how you're pushing the boundaries with our new AI models, from new ideas using audio and video inputs to the creative use of longer context windows. It's really inspiring to see. And like you heard about earlier today, selecting the right AI model for your needs requires a balance across quality, cost, and speed. That's why I'm thrilled that Gemini 1.5 Flash is officially open to all developers to start building with today. You can get started using the Gemini API in Google AI Studio, which is now available in more than 200 countries and territories. But what I'm seeing more and more these days is that it isn't just about selecting the right model, but also the right techniques to bring your ideas to life. Let's say you want to personalize the responses you get. Now, one way to do that is by tuning the model. In fact, Google AI Studio lets you do that in minutes. And now, with our 2 million token context window, you have another compelling option. Let me show you how in Google AI Studio. So here I'm already signed in. We've made it easier for you to start prompting right away. Or if you want to get straight to code, you can quickly grab an API key here to use with one of our many SDKs. If you're looking for some inspiration, we also have a Gemini API cookbook, which is a great resource. But today, I actually want to take you through one of my own personal workflows that has unlocked a new way of getting things done. Now, if you're anything like me, ideas always seem to strike when I'm away from the computer. So now when an idea comes to mind, I quickly grab my phone and I capture a voice memo to myself. This could be at the park with my daughters or while I'm out walking. So let's actually jump into a saved prompt that I have right now. This is what I use to help me write new blog posts. As you can see, I've already added some system instructions which tell the model it's an experienced writer. I've also added a few of my previous blog posts so that the output is going to better mirror my tone, style, and word choice. Next, I'm going to add a bunch of voice memos of some half-baked thoughts I've had recently for an upcoming post. So we'll click in here, go into my drive, and add these two voice memos. Now, while those are loading, I'm actually going to play you a clip from one of those, just so you have an idea of exactly what I've sent into Gemini.
Okay, so recently I made the connection about two pretty prominent moments in my career. The first.
Okay, so as you can clearly hear, I was at the park with my daughters pushing them on the swings. Now that these have loaded, I'm going to add a simple prompt. Turn these into a blog post. I'll hit run. And what you're about to see is Gemini 1.5 Flash take all of that content, my previous blog post, the system instructions, my voice memos, along with that prompt, and turn it into what will hopefully be a compelling first draft of my next blog post. From throwaway work to breakthrough ideas, or to breakthroughs, embracing the power of right to think. Not bad for a working title. I think I can probably take it from there. As context windows grow, we're discovering new ways to interact with models to solve tasks. Huge context windows unlock a new set of AI applications, but they're also more computationally expensive, which is why I'm excited to announce the new context caching feature coming next month. So how does it work? Well, let's say a large part of your prompt doesn't change. You can cache that once and easily call it on subsequent turns for a fraction of the price. So imagine I'm a journalist trying to figure out what to write about next. To help me brainstorm ideas, I might want to gather all the content I've already created. Previous articles, some video clips, maybe some voice memos. Using context caching, I'll send all this content at once, which let's say will cost me about 20 cents for that first turn, along with the regular input price for the rest of my prompt. Since I cache that content that I'm referencing, each following turn will only cost me 10 cents, plus the cost of any new prompts. Of course, this concept is extensible to so many different applications that you might want to build. These could involve things like legal documents, research papers, school assignments, or employee training materials. The sky is the limit. Gemini models are empowering developers worldwide to transform workflows, enhancing efficiency, and also adding a touch of user delight. Take, for example, front-end development. Locify.ai takes a Figma design and uses their own AI models to generate code. But what's really unique is how they're pairing it with Gemini's 1 million token context window. You see, oftentimes front-end designs contain hundreds of layers with nondescript names such as Rectangle1 or Group 76. Locify sends this entire design to 1.5 Pro to generate meaningful names in the front-end code. Because Gemini understands the purpose behind Rectangle1, it's actually able to rename it in code as something more useful, like header background. Another one that I love is how AI models are unlocking new abilities. Envision is powering people with low vision to better understand their immediate environment through an app or smart glasses and ask specific questions. Because of the speed of 1.5 Flash, users will be able to get quick responses. Another developer, Zapier, is enabling anybody to seamlessly connect different apps and automate repetitive tasks like podcast editing. They built a workflow to automatically remove speaker artifacts like ahs and ums from audio tracks that's triggered as soon as a user uploads a file to Google Drive. As developers, the ideas you have and the code you write will help transform AI into practical applications for the world. We're announcing our Gemini API developer competition for a chance to win the grand prize, a custom electric DeLorean. For those of you in the audience, be sure to check it out at the AI Pavilion, maybe grab a picture, and visit our website for more details. And now I'm going to leave you with my favorite developer to tell you a little bit more about it.
Hey! You may recognize me from my acting work, but my real passion is programming. When I'm in the zone, I'm unstoppable. I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm really excited about the future. And Google's Gemini models are tech that can get us there. And you know I'm submitting to Google's new Gemini developer contest, which is so cool it'll blow your mind back to beta. A chance to win for the most creative, useful, and remarkable apps. If you're a dev or dev team that wants to submit, great. But you'll have some catching up to do. I just drank 3 cups of nitro cold brew, and I'm ready to crank out some genius. Time to go wormhole.
Jacqueline talked about how Gemini models benefit all developers. Now, we'll look at examples of how AI unlocks excellent experiences on Android, the world's most popular operating system. We're reimagining Android with AI at the core, enabling you to build a whole new class of apps on mobile. This unlocks experiences that were not even possible just a few years ago. So, let's dive into the ways that Gemini can power building the next generation of apps on Android. Using Google AI Studio, you can integrate the Gemini API directly into your app to leverage Gemini models. When using Google Cloud, you can also access the powerful capabilities of Gemini through Vertex AI. This is Google's fully managed development platform designed for building and deploying generative AI. Whether you simply need world-class inference capabilities or want to build end-to-end AI workflows with Vertex, the Gemini API is a great solution. Next, let's look at Gemini Nano, our most efficient model for on-device tasks. It runs directly on mobile, enabling low-latency responses and data privacy. This helps you implement features like suggested replies in messaging apps while knowing that the data won't leave the device. Gemini Nano also guarantees AI model availability even when there's no cellular network coverage. Gemini Nano inference is made possible by AI Core, a system service managing on-device foundation models. It removes the developer burden of packaging and distributing large language models. Gemini Nano and AI Core are currently available on the Pixel 8 Pro and Samsung Galaxy S24 series, and as you heard earlier, we'll be expanding their reach to additional devices later this year. Gemini Nano gives you the best path to running a generative AI model on device. And yet, we know that being able to customize and work with open models is important too. So we also built MediaPipe LLM to give you a complete solution. Last year, we announced an early access program for Gemini Nano, and we got an overwhelming amount of responses. We're now working closely with a few early adopters to ensure we're creating the best APIs that unlock the most innovative experiences. We're now on the path to opening access even wider in the coming months. One of these trailblazers is Patreon. They're building an experience that helps creators and fans rapidly catch up on unread messages in their community chats. And another example is Grammarly. Their team has been able to easily experiment with Gemini Nano while building their smart suggestions. And yet, these amazing examples are just the beginning. We're excited to see what you'll build with Gemini. Next up, Mara will share a bit about developer productivity and how Android is making it faster and easier to build excellent experiences across form factors.
We know how much you all love Kotlin. It's been so fun to see the growth and energy in the community. Today, I'm excited to announce that we're taking a significant step forward towards the future with first-class tooling and library support for Kotlin multi-platform on Android.
De evolução aí, avançando o uso de Kotlin multiplataforma.
We've been adding Kotlin multi-platform support to Jetpack libraries like Data Store, and now we're expanding it to your favorite libraries like Room. At Google, we've been migrating the Google Docs app to use Kotlin multi-platform to share business logic across Android, iOS, and web. The Workspace team is excited to continue to invest in using Kotlin multi-platform across the rest of their apps in the future. We've been learning a lot from our work with the Google Apps, and we're collaborating with JetBrains and the Kotlin developer community to bring the benefits of KMP to all of you. Kotlin multi-platform will boost your productivity by sharing business logic across platforms. On the UI layer, Compose helps you build excellent experiences. And today, 40% of the top 1,000 apps, like Google Drive, Threads, and SoundCloud, are taking advantage of the benefits Compose brings. We're continuing to invest in Compose with more performance improvements and easier ways to build beautiful UIs across form factors. Compose continues to be faster with each release, and combined with R8 and baseline profiles, can now significantly boost your app's performance. For an even more delightful user experience, you can now use shared element transitions with Compose. We built a simple and powerful system that helps you choreograph beautiful transitions across screens that share content. It handles size changes and animates text changes. And it works great with predictive back right out of the box. Developers have seen significantly increased engagement on apps that look and feel great across the diverse range of Android devices. Rather than thinking about individual screen sizes, we want you to think adaptive. So write once and adapt across screen sizes and configurations. To make this journey easier, we've built a new set of Compose APIs for building adaptive layouts using material guidance. Early adopters are already integrating these layouts into their Compose projects, significantly reducing development time. We've also been making improvements to stylus, mouse, and keyboard support for Compose to make it easier to adapt to the input device in your user's hand. Take advantage of the new stylus handwriting recognition, which, using the power of AI, transforms handwriting into text when using Views or Compose. Widgets are another high user engagement surface. With Jetpack Lamps, you can now build widgets that seamlessly adapt to all screen sizes. And Android 15 brings support for generated previews to improve user discoverability in the widget picker. Next is testing. We're working with Samsung and Pixel and other OEMs to connect their device labs into the new Android device streaming powered by Firebase, now in beta. So you can now validate your adaptive app on a wider array of real devices, including the latest foldables and tablets. We're also continuing to invest in the resizable emulator, which helps you quickly test your app across different device types, as well as building a new Compose UI check mode, which helps you identify and provide solutions to adaptive and accessibility issues. Let's hear from SoundCloud about how Compose accelerated their UI development to create excellent user experiences across devices. Then, Jamal will join us to share more about how AI can supercharge your productivity.
Pelo próprio Android Studio, a gente já vai ter o auxiliar do Android Bot, né?
SoundCloud is a next-generation music entertainment company powered by an ecosystem of artists, fans, and curators. My name is Vitus Ortner. I'm super passionate about music, and I'm doing Android development at SoundCloud, where I'm leading the adoption of Jetpack Compose. We started using Jetpack Compose when I was still in early preview. Our goal was to overcome the verbosity that's associated with manipulating XML views. We were able to save up to 45% of lines of code when migrating screens from XML views to Compose. We quickly realized how easy and natural it was to create reusable UI components. Now we've migrated around 50% of our design system to Jetpack Compose. We're investing heavily in writing our base building blocks in Compose so that our engineers can write new features with it and make it their first choice. It's important for us to be available on any form factor so that people can listen to SoundCloud in any situation. Our team's mobile Compose skills transfer directly to other form factors, given that its concepts and most APIs are the same. We built our wearers and TV apps from the ground up in Compose in just 4 months, which would have been unimaginable with the old view system. Some parts of our foldable and tablet layouts and the whole login experience of our car app are built in Compose. Being available across form factors has allowed us to reach new people and markets, which ultimately increases our global reach.
Então, além de funcionar nos aparelhos Android, os foldables e LG, também para iOS. No Apple Watch. Apple Watch.
It is so exciting to see how millions of developers create amazing experiences with Android APIs and Android Studio that ultimately touch billions of people and their devices. We care about incorporating AI to accelerate your productivity on Android to make things easier for you. Last year, we introduced StudioBot as your AI coding companion for Android. Thanks to your feedback, we evolved our models, expanded to over 200 countries and territories, released it to stable, and brought it into the Gemini family of products last month with the introduction of Gemini Android Studio.
em
And
200
today,
países, aqui no Brasil
we'll
já
show you
tem,
how the
já
latest
tá
Gemini
funcionando,
1.5 Pro
já
models
testou.
can take your development to the next level.
E aí
Our
tem
vision is to responsibly use
às APIs do
AI
Gemini
so you can spend more time on the
1.5
aspects of
Pro.
development that you like and make the harder tasks easier. So, for example, the
Então,
Crashlytics
o
integration
propósito, né,
in
dessa
Android
IA
Studio
é de
is
fazer
even more
tarefas
helpful than ever before.
difíceis, digamos
Because on
assim,
top
né,
of showing
mais fácil.
crashes and errors and the context of your source code,
Pelo menos
we
resolver
now use
problemas,
Gemini to analyze
tanto de
and
build
provide
como de
recommendations
dependências.
on how to fix those issues. Now,
E
as
aí
you
o
venture
Gemini
into more AI features,
passa aí
you
as
ultimately have control of what you
recomendações
share
de
or
possíveis
don't
soluções,
share
né?
with
Não em
AI
soluções,
privacy
né?
controls
Importante.
built right in Android Studio. So, speaking of Android Studio, let's jump into the
E aí tem a questão de
IDE to see a
privacidade
few more
também, né?
examples
Que como
of
é um
Gemini
modelo de IA
in action.
online, então ele vai estar vendo o código da gente, né? Se a gente está trabalhando
So here I
com
am in the
código
Jet
de
Snack
empresa,
app,
né?
one of our open
Não
source
vai
composed
vazar,
samples.
sei lá, cliente.
Just wrapping up that cool shared
Aí a
element
gente
API
também consegue
integration that
controlar
Maru
que
shared
parte
earlier
do
with us.
código, que parte do projeto a
One of the
API
cool
vai
things that
conseguir ver
Gemini enables is that it makes it easier to optimize my code. So for example, here I have a conditional statement that can be a bit more efficient and idiomatic in Kotlin. To fix this, I can actually use Gemini to optimize this code so that it's easier to understand and maintain. So all I have to do is right-click on my selected code, navigate to Gemini, click on Transform, and let me simply input simplify and make idiomatic with this quick action.
Pronto,
and press
o
enter.
que ele passou aqui,
And what's happening
ele
is
tá
that I'm sending the
mostrando
code
como é que
snippet
a
to the
gente
model
pode
and getting a result
usar,
back.
digamos assim, o copilot
So here I have a more optimized code
do
snippet,
Gemini,
going from
né,
an
digamos
if-else
assim,
structure
pair
to more
programming
efficient
do
when
Gemini.
structure in Kotlin. Now, what is also great is I can do additional modifications to this result. So for
E para o
instance,
Gemini não
it's
ter
good
acesso
practice
ao
to add
código
documentation,
todo, né,
right?
também, não
So
só
let me use
exatamente
Gemini to help with that.
mas ele mostrou ali
All I need
passo
to
a passo
do
de como é que a
is
gente
click
faz
on
para fazer
the
a refatoração
refine
desse
button.
código, né?
Let's say
Seleciona,
add some documentation
transforma e
and press
seleciona
enter.
Gemini ali para
And send it to the
transformar esse
model.
código e coloca
And now I have
o input
augmented
que você quer que ele faça. E aí ele faz bonitinho lá do outro lado, né? Direito, esquerdo.
the code change with the help of Gemini. So let me accept these changes. And there we go. I've optimized the code for readability and even added some code documentation, all with the help of Gemini. Nice. Now, Gemini can do pretty cool things on code itself, but it also does some amazing things that are perfect for Android app development. So, for example, we have this screen here that needs a little bit of translation. So looking at my strings resource file,
Beleza, agora vai mostrar tradução de strings, né?
my colleague left me
Internacionalização.
out to do to translate the Spanish, but I don't know Spanish that well, but Gemini does.
No
So let me
Android,
highlight a few
eles
strings here.
trabalham com isso, né? Esse XML para colocar as strings.
And I can
no app.
navigate, right-click, and navigate to Gemini. Click on Transform. In this case, let me type in translate to Spanish. Let me send this question in strings to the model. I get a response back.
E aí ele, né,
It looks pretty good.
autoexplicativo
And
aí.
note, Gemini kept my app name in English. Nice. So let me do one more section for completeness. Again, I hide the strings. Right-click, go to Gemini, click on Transform. Let me translate that to Spanish with this quick action. Results look pretty good. Let me accept those. Okay, but to confirm, I can simply refresh my app screen on the left-hand side, which is mostly English. So let me refresh.
Tá traduzindo, né? Mostrando aí, então.
Of course, there we go. And there we go.
se não dá problema no Live Code, não é Live Code, né?
So I translated my app screen from Spanish with the help of Gemini. Alrighty, so far we looked at some code changes, did some translations, but what happens when I want to think about a brand new app? I want to need a brand new idea to get started. So in front of me I have a brand new
Agora
project.
ele vai demonstrar
And let me
como é
open
que
up the
vai
Gemini chat window.
usar o Gemini no app em branco, né?
Now, sometimes you might get a mock-up from Designer as a handoff resource to get started.
Então usa a aba ali do Gemini.
So in this case, I have a wireframe mock-up of a login screen for an
legal.
Android app. So let me select
Aí
that
ele vai
file.
usar wireframe, né? Que é esse mock.
Let me enter in a quick prompt here, and let me get this started. Now, what's happening here is I'm using the large context window of Gemini 1.5 Pro that's coming later this year for Android developers. This allows you to do higher quality multimodal input. Again, what we did here was upload a wireframe to an app and give it a very informative prompt that reads, for the image provided, use Jetpack Compose to build the screen so the Compose preview is as close as possible to this image. And also make sure to include imports and use Material 3. So with all these put together, we would get a multimodal response back from the Gemini model. Okay, so here it is. All right, so we have a main activity here. It's using Material 3. All right, so let me just copy that to my clipboard. Let me add to my file. Let me close this. Let's open up the preview here. Let's make this interactive.
E aí, caralho, o cara mandou.
And there we go.
Legal isso aí, hein? Prototipação, ó, 100%.
We went from wireframe image to working Android code, all using Gemini.
Mostra o código, mostra o código.
So as you can see, Gemini and Android Studio continues to evolve with features like code refinement and transformations that you can try today in Android Studio Koala Preview. And you can try multimodal inputs using Gemini 1.5 Pro later this year.
Então, o que a gente vai ter
I'd like to invite John to talk about how AI is enhancing
do Gemini
development.
com input de imagem, ele consegue fazer, vai ser na próxima versão do Android Studio. A gente está na versão estável do...
The web turns 35 years old this August. And since 1989, generations of developers like you have shaped this incredible technology and brought countless innovations to our lives. It's the dawn of a new generational shift in computing with AI. Today, I'll show you how we're using AI to supercharge the web and bring you new capabilities and tooling. It's your path to better development. It's a more powerful web, made easier. As you heard earlier, Google is unique in its ability to deliver AI solutions that span all types of customers, model sizes, platforms, and environments. The web is vital to achieving global reach, and on-device execution is vital to serving that audience with new AI features. On-device is an ideal complement to serving AI models from the cloud and enables you to deliver AI solutions at lower cost, with fewer capacity challenges, and with better data privacy. No matter what AI models you build your features with, WebGPU and WebAssembly are the backbone technologies that enable on-device AI on the web. This year, we've invested heavily to ensure that models run quickly and efficiently on WebGPU and WASM. Improvements like 16-bit floating point values in WebGPU and Memory 64 and JavaScript promise integration in WASM are making AI run faster on a wider set of hardware. So whether you're using TensorFlow.js, Onyx Runtime, Transformers.js, MediaPipe, or any other AI library, WASM and WebGPU enable you to run your models at scale across the vast majority of devices on the planet. Companies are already seeing the benefits of running AI and ML models on device. Bilibili used WASM and the image recognition technology in MediaPipe to move the text behind the speaker. This simple change improves session duration by 30% and click-through rate by 19%. This commitment to on-device isn't just theoretical for us. Starting in Chrome 126, Gemini Nano will be built into the Chrome desktop client itself.
Boa, então o que é que a gente vai
We
ter?
use Gemini to enable Chrome's features, including Help Me Write, which uses on-device AI to help users write short-form content like product reviews, social media posts, and customer feedback forms. To deliver this feature, we fine-tuned our most efficient version of Gemini and optimized Chrome to load the model quickly. Now, we want to give you access to Gemini models in Chrome. Our vision is that you'll be able to deliver powerful AI features to Chrome's billions of users without having to worry about prompt engineering, fine-tuning, capacity, and cost. All you have to do is call a few high-level APIs, like translate, caption, or transcribe. This is a big shift for the web, so we want to get it right. We've started to engage with other browsers, and we want to work with you too. So help us shape the future of the web by signing up for our early preview program. With WebGPU, WASM, and Gemini built into Chrome, the web is AI ready. let's take a quick look at how AI made it easier for companies like Adobe and CyberAgent to build powerful experiences on the web.
Então, a Adobe e esse CyberAgent já estão usando esses modelos, né? Os parceiros. Let's go. Cara, legal isso, tá? A gente poder rodar os modelos de inteligência artificial. Não vai ser aquela coisa, né, de você puxar um online ali que já tá rodando no servidor. Mas você rodar o modelo local sem precisar de um dispositivo top de linha, né, com processador estourado. E só depender da sua memória interna e do navegador. E até para quem tem processadores bons, né, em desktop também. No celular, né, isso aí ele tá considerando desktop. Mas quem tem celular que, tipo, sei lá, tem um celular e dá pouco, que tem 12 GB de RAM, então dá pra brincar, cara. Dá pra ser feliz também.
AI features are only as good as the UI that you build around them. So, we're delivering powerful new capabilities for you to create app-like experiences on the web. Now, when people think about websites, they often picture clicking on a blue link, waiting for the page to load, maybe things shift around a little bit, and then finally you can start exploring the content. But that's not the web we envision. Our vision is one where the website is a single holistic experience, where you seamlessly transition from one part of the site to the next, and your context moves with you. To achieve this, we first need to get rid of those tiresome page loads. Our new Speculation Rules API will enable truly instant navigation. Speculation rules will dramatically speed up browsing within a site by prefetching and pre-rendering pages in the background. This allows pages to load literally in milliseconds. And best of all, the API requires only a few lines of code to get started. NitroPack was able to improve their Core Web Vital loading scores by 75% with speculation rules. And by using AI to identify the sites that their users were most likely to visit, they optimized another 20% and increased the efficiency of prefetched and pre-rendered sites. Next, we need to make the transition experience seamless. And to achieve this, we launched the View Transitions API for single-page apps, and we've been amazed by the response. Developers across the world are already using View Transitions to build better experiences. Using this API, Airbnb has created smooth and seamless navigation from the listing editor sidebar right into editing photos and adding amenities, all within a fluid user flow. But not everyone wants a single-page app like Airbnb. And you shouldn't have to choose one architecture over another just to create a great user experience. So available today in Chrome Canary 126, View Transitions API can now be used for multi-page apps.
View Transitions API, né? Que é transições melhores.
Now you can create fluid navigation regardless of your site's architecture. And when you combine View Transitions with speculation rules and AI, page transitions can be truly seamless. With these new interaction possibilities, available to every developer, you can redefine what we think of as a web app. And as you build these new experiences, Chrome DevTools is one of the most popular ways to debug and tune your app. Let me show you a new way that we're using AI to make Chrome DevTools easier than ever. DevTools is great at giving you warnings and errors when your site isn't going to work correctly. However, those errors aren't always the easiest to interpret. Gemini will now generate insights right in your Chrome DevTools console. It will help you understand what the problem is and how to fix it. Let's take a quick look at how this works with a simple web app built using Angular. A lot of my friends love boba tea. And believe it or not, I've never actually had it. So I thought I would do some research on which I should try first. Let's do a quick search of the different types. That's not working. Let's see if we can figure out what's wrong. I'm going to open up Chrome DevTools. And when I look at the first error, it looks like my URL has been blocked by the CORS policy. I don't really know what that is or how to fix it. So I'm going to go over to this light bulb icon next to the error. And when I hover over it, it says, understand this error. I'm going to click on that. Then I'm going to hit Continue to consent to having my data be sent up to Gemini. And just like that, Gemini instantly generates a personalized explanation of the error and a potential solution. That's cool. And from reading this description, it looks like my issue is caused by the network response header. So let me copy this code that Gemini gives me, and I'm going to navigate over to the network panel and reproduce the error. Here's the URL that's causing the problem. So I'm going to click on that. I'm going to scroll down to the response headers section and click Add Header. Then I'm going to override the network response header by copying and pasting the code that Gemini gave me. Let's see if that works. And just like that, the error is gone. AI can speed up web development by taking away so much of the debugging pain, so you can focus on what you care about most. Console Insights in Chrome DevTools is available today as an experimental feature in the US, and will be rolling out to more countries soon. Thank you for taking this journey with us as we make the web more powerful and easier than ever together. And we know in today's world, your users expect a seamless experience, no matter where they're engaging with your apps. So now, here's Aaron to talk about how we're helping you serve your customers across platforms.
All right. Wow. Google is committed to helping you build, test, and ship AI-powered apps that run well on Android, web, and across all the platforms your users need. You told us how big a deal this is, and you told us how hard it can be. So we embarked on a mission to create an integrated developer workspace. Now imagine if you could bring together a collection of Google products and tools with full extensibility to bring in any of the other services you need for full-stack, AI-powered, multi-platform development. And that is how Project IDX was born. We were overwhelmed by your response. Hundreds of thousands of you signed up to try it, and we'd like everyone to be able to experience it for themselves. So today, IDX is open to public beta with no wait list. Thank you. Right, let's dive in to see what you can do. To start, IDX makes it so easy to get to work quickly with over a dozen preloaded templates with the basic files and packages you need, or by importing your existing GitHub repo and its dependencies, or even by starting with a blank slate. You have all the tools you need at your fingertips, and many are already configured in the IDX workspace, like Go, Gemini, and others. And now, there are 3 new integrations to help improve your velocity. First, the Google Maps platform easily adds geo-functionality to your apps. You can also debug issues with Chrome web apps using DevTools and Lighthouse. And when you are ready, enable multi-region deployment with Cloud Run. And as an early announcement, coming soon to IDX is a new way to simplify your app privacy and compliance workflow with Checks, Google's AI compliance platform. Thank you. Checks code compliance monitors and detects compliance issues as you're writing code, helping to ensure the safety and the quality of your applications. iOS and Android developers can access Checks today via the Checks website. All right, so switching gears from what's new and coming soon to IDX, let's touch on the latest advancements with some of the most popular products that IDX integrates with, Flutter and Firebase. All right. Flutter is the world's most popular open source framework for building beautiful cross-platform apps and games. It is one of the fastest ways to bring your apps to life across platforms with native performance. And Flutter's single code base helps you ship AI features like text generation, summarization, and chat across platforms quickly and easily. Now, take, for example, Bricket, an app that uses Google's on-device AI tools to help you rediscover the potential of your existing play bricks. The app quickly recognizes and classifies bricks in a pile and helps you reimagine what you could build. Now, the team initially only shipped an iOS app, but by switching to Flutter, they expanded their reach to Android, more than doubling their users. And after just a few months later, they're a global hit. So Brickit is a great example of Flutter empowering a team to ship across iOS and Android, but what if they wanted to bring that same experience to an even wider audience? That is where the web comes in. And we're excited to share that WASM support for Flutter web apps is available today in the stable channel as part of Flutter 3.22 and Dart 3.4. Our benchmarks show that compiling Flutter web apps to WASM offers up to 2x improvement in frame time when compared to Flutter web apps compiled to JavaScript. So this means that teams like Brickit can offer the same smooth UI and powerful on-device features directly to users on the web. Run Flutter Upgrade and try WASM support today. All right, you've got your front end up and running across platforms, and now you need to seamlessly connect to back-end services. Of course, that is where Firebase comes in. And here's David to tell you about updates we're shipping for Firebase.
Thanks, Aaron. Over the years, millions of you have relied on Firebase to accelerate your app development and run your apps with confidence, which for me is amazing because when I started working on Firebase over 10 years ago, it was only a database. Then, in 2016, we transformed Firebase into a full app platform. Well, today, we're evolving Firebase again. We want to enable you to rapidly build and run AI-powered experiences in your apps across platforms. And with this new logo comes a few new surprises. Let's start with databases, and more specifically, SQL databases. For years, many of you have asked us, how do I use Firebase with SQL? Well, today, we're unveiling Firebase Data Connect with Google Cloud SQL in preview. And Data Connect is more than just SQL. It's an entirely new way to build secure and type-safe apps with Firebase. We designed Data Connect so you'll be writing far less app code than before. Your queries are generated into type-safe, client-side code, keeping your app code in sync with your data structure. And Data Connect is built for AI development. With vector and function calling support, you can build AI agent-like flows and search for similarities using your stored embeddings. So if you're excited to try out Data Connect, sign up for the preview and check out our one-click template in IDX. And next up, let's talk hosting. So many of you are building with JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Next.js. Well, we wanted to reimagine Firebase to help you ship these modern web apps at global scale. So we're introducing Firebase App Hosting, our next-generation serverless hosting product in preview. App Hosting automatically pulls the source code from your GitHub repository, runs the framework build, and orchestrates the Google Cloud infrastructure you need so you can ship faster than ever before. Oh, and we're not done yet. Since the early days of Firebase, we have obsessed over the getting started experience. When we released the real-time database, we made it so you just needed a script tag and some JavaScript to sync data in milliseconds across devices. We want to bring that same level of ease and familiarity to Gen AI development. Well, I'm excited to announce Firebase GenKit, a new AI integration framework for app developers in beta now for Node.js and with Go support coming soon. GenKit gives you a consistent API across LLMs. And with GenKit, trying a new model is just as easy as changing a single argument. And GenKit also works with Zod schemas to generate structured TypeScript output from LLM responses. And because this is Firebase, we wanted to make debugging and testing easy. So GenKit comes with a local development UI you can use to inspect every trace and run your flows locally to tweak and improve output. Firebase GenKit works out of the box with Gemini and Gemma models hosted in your environments. And to improve performance, Google also collaborated with NVIDIA to optimize your inference performance with our Gemma models. You can run GenKit locally on your RTX GPU with Ollama and Gemma. And when you're ready to get to production, GenKit can easily deploy your code as an authenticated API right to Firebase or Google Cloud. We'll continue investing in creating a more integrated developer experience to help you bring your AI applications to market faster and safely across platforms. Now, I'd like to welcome Sharbani on stage to talk about our ML models.
What's the hardest problem you're working on? No, really, what's the hardest problem you're working on? I invite you to keep that top of mind and dream big while we chat about our open models, unpack our underlying frameworks and tooling, and dig into a quick demo as to how you can join together these underlying nuts and bolts to make something magical. Building with generative AI models can be as easy as using our Gemini API, as my friend Jacqueline talked about earlier, where we handle the heavy lifting of training and maintaining complex models so you can focus on building AI features. But what about when you need a little bit more flexibility and control to be able to fine-tune, augment, and ground a model for your specific use cases? That's why we released our Gemma family of open models. Built on the same cutting-edge infrastructure and tooling as our Gemini models, we wanted to make the most useful and responsible set of open models. Just last month, we released Code Gemma to better support coding tasks across languages, and Recurrent Gemma that leverages recurrent neural networks and local attention to improve memory efficiency and faster inference. And as Josh announced earlier this morning, we're adding PalyGemma for multimodal image to text and previewed our next generation, Gemma 2, with new architecture that achieves stellar performance and fits onto a single TPU V5E. With new models and a blistering pace of innovation, does it feel challenging to keep up? Yeah, of course it does. To make things easier, we've invested in providing more optionality at every layer of our training stack to better meet you where you are, helping you leverage as much of your existing skills and tools as possible. Starting from the ground up, with state-of-the-art hardware, GPUs and TPUs, including our new 6th generation Trillium TPU announced earlier by Sundar, both of which can be optimized for AI workloads by using the cutting-edge ML compiler OpenXLA, which supports multiple frameworks, including TensorFlow and JAX and their surrounding ML ecosystem, to Keras 3, our easy-to-use Pythonic libraries that now work with multiple backends, including TensorFlow, JAX, or PyTorch, all embraced by millions of developers. Now, let's dig a little deeper, and let me bring my colleague Lawrence on stage for a quick collab.
Woo! Thank you. Colab, Google Colab. It's a great place for developers and researchers to get started with that entire stack that Sharbani just mentioned, from software like Keras being pre-installed to GPUs and TPUs being available free of charge. It does make it really easy for you to have best-of-breed AI development at your fingertips in the browser for free.
And for current or recovering data scientists, right? You know, we love to data science the kittens out of problems to get new solutions.
Right. Well, actually for that, there's a cool new thing available in Colab starting today, Rapids QDF. Without changing your pandas code, You can run it much faster. I've personally seen a 50x acceleration on NVIDIA GPUs when doing those data science-y bits.
Now, how about we share with our friends here the side project that you and I have been working on and give a glimpse into a day in the life of what it's like working in AI.
Well, everybody, don't tell Sundar, but we spent way too much time brainstorming app ideas over way too much coffee.
One of those ideas was for an artificially intelligent app that could find a new book for my family book club based on what we've already read and enjoyed. And since it will include information about my family, I'll want it to work on device.
So, challenge accepted. But I'll let you all in on a little secret. Those same code and those
Eu acho que tava brigando com o outro, né?
You've grown have gone beyond creating your own models. And they actually make it really easy for you to get into the world of generative AI and fine-tune with industry standard low-rank adaptation, also known as LoRa, all from within Colab. Now, models like Gemma are really terrific at general reasoning, but for a specific task like our book idea, it is much better for you to tune them on your own data.
Now, we're just using a single GPU in Colab, but sometimes you might be dealing with more data or a bigger model in the cloud, meaning you'll need to
NVIDIA agora tá na briga também. Na briga não, né? Tá juntinho com o Google.
Absolutely. The quicker you train, the quicker you iterate.
Depois vou ter que olhar direitinho essa questão aí do TPU que eles passaram, só mostraram mesmo.
Now all we need is
slide
data.
não
Let's use the
explicaram.
Gemini API to help us create some synthetic data to kickstart the process.
So, a quick trip into Google AI Studio with a simple prompt, and we now have a generated CSV of lots of books, including title, genre, and even a little summary. But to instruction tune a model, your data does have to be in a specific format. So to take that CSV from Gemini and work on it, we're just going to go back into Colab, and using Python, we can see it's actually a pretty easy task.
O Colab eu nunca vi muito uso a não ser para estudar, cara. Mas fazer alguns modelos para brincar ali, o protótipo, mas legal isso aí. Eu acho que a pouco não é muito minha área, né?
We'll hope that those learning leprechauns are with us, but now I need to think how I'm going to run this on a mobile.
You did write the book on it. Speaking of mobile, we're making it easier for you with Google AI Edge. This brings easy access to all the best models, including generative, along with a suite of tools to run inference on the edge. And today, we've expanded support for TensorFlow Lite so you can run your PyTorch models too. Whoop, whoop. Now, you saw earlier that my friend Matthew spoke about how MediaPipe helps you bring generative models to your device. Let's use that.
TensorFlow Lite ali com o JavaScriptzinho aparecendo ali, né?
All I'm doing is loading the MediaPipe API with an entry in my build.gradle, and now I have libraries that will help me load the model and do inference on it. Now, to instruction tune a model like Gemma with a lot of data takes a little bit more time than we have on stage here. It's about 20 minutes on a GPU.
It's not too bad.
It's not too bad, but even so, I'm going to use one that I built earlier.
Well, I think we can do a little more to personalize it. How about we take the notes that I've made about what my family likes, and we use that to augment to the model with RAG to get better answers.
Que consome pouco, né, da GPU.
I want to make sure my details don't
Não
get
muito, né?
I've read your mind.
Suficiente para
and here's
bloquear
a
o
simple
sistema
RAG,
mais
and I've used MediaPipe's on-device text similarity model to augment my prompt to our Gemma. Now, Sharbani, you were wondering if your family would enjoy the time-traveling catacorn. Well,
ali na demonstração tá até rapidinho, né?
You know what? Maybe I'll just read that book myself.
To learn more about the AI models, frameworks, and tools that we covered today, check out ai.google.dev. And while this was a quick demo, it shows useful steps that you can take to use Gemini and our simple APIs to create synthetic data and kickstart an idea. Fine-tune Gemma on this data with LoRa to create an instance with deeper expertise on books, implement RAG to personalize the experience, and keep everything on device thanks to Google AI Edge. Now, before we go, how about we show you just one more of our coffee chat ideas?
Do we have to go? Okay. Well, our coffee chats, they're not just for the fun stuff. We also try to solve those hard problems. And you might remember last year we spoke about Project GameFace, open sourced and using Google AI Edge to allow you to use your facial gestures as a controller. Well, this solution has grown into something even more inspirational. Let's take a look.
Caso inspiratório de solução de problemas
It
no
unlocked
IA.
a new way for users to engage with their favorite games. Thinking outside the controller, Faces became the new command center.
With Project GameFace, we realized we had the
E
opportunity
rapaz, e usando cheats agora aí nesses joguinhos de...
more accessible. We're excited to launch Project GameFace for Android.
Nesses jogos de tiro aí, essa IA ajudando aí, essa acessibilidade, a galera vai usar pro mal, hein?
Google is working closely with Inclusa, a social enterprise that works with organizations to understand accessibility needs, nuances of how persons with disabilities use Android devices, and how Project GameFace can be a genuine partner in their life.
I am experimenting with the gestures size feature to see which facial gesture I can use more.
Putz, isso é legal, tá? Tipo, você controlar toda a tela com o rosto.
We're excited to see how developers will build new applications and solve nuanced use cases with this product.
Vai ser muito bom, e na questão de acessibilidade, né, que a gente tem praticamente leitores de tela e movimentos táteis, né, mas que a gente pode controlar por dispositivos, né, sem ser por gesto em si. Mas isso aí vai abrir uma gamazinha melhor, né, para questão de acessibilidade. Isso rodando local também, né, o dispositivo, legal, hein?
Let me show you one more thing an AI agent can do to make data scientists out there really excited.
E esse agente aí, essa questão de acessibilidade tem que ser com IA, né? Porque cada questão ali das pessoas, né, que mostraram ali, cada uma tinha um... Eita, apagou a mensagem aqui do...
Not just the model completing the code. It's the model coming up with an entire plan and running it. And not only do I get an answer to my initial question about the data set, but the AI agent also produces a fully functional Colab notebook based on your instructions. And you can share it with others, allowing for real-time collaboration on code, new visualizations, and all of the results. It's available today at labs.google/code, and let us know what you think about it.
Eu acho que é a live rodando, não dá pra desativar. Na próxima desativa essa moderação de...
From Gemini-powered assistants in your favorite IDEs to easy access to our most powerful Gemini models. And it comes with flexibility to use Gemma open models. You have an opportunity to reach anyone, anywhere, through Google's ecosystem of devices, app experiences, and platforms.
Meio que se resumir o que a gente falou até agora de Gemini e inteligência artificial foi ao redor desses dois modelos, né? O Gemma 2B e o 7B para os open source, que aí vai dar a família, né, do Gemma Code, Gemma... por aí vai. E o Gemini, Flash e o Gemini Pro.
Is a recent graduate of our climate change accelerator. Eugenie was born out of Dr. Chowdhury's desire to use AI for good. His team helps manufacturing companies to dramatically reduce their carbon emissions. And Eugenie's algorithms apply Google DeepMind research, which has helped to optimize energy use in Google's own data centers. Eugenie was able to streamline their model development and their
analytics. E aí seria os casos de uso, né, de estar utilizando os modelos do Google em cliente,
working alongside startups to tackle big problems and invite all of you to apply to an upcoming accelerator soon. If you have one of the 15 million Google developer profiles, You enjoy invitations for early access programs, a chance to participate in research, and opportunities to attend special events. Beginning today, your profile is evolving into something even better. Introducing the Google Developer Program. Members of the program can now
programa
access
do Google
new
Developers,
benefits
vamos lá,
at
vamos
no
ver.
cost, and I'm going to take you through them.
Olha, sem
First,
custos.
you can access Gemini for learning and searching and chatting with documents.
Olha aí a oportunidade.
For IDX users, we're now enabling you to go from 2 workstations up to 5.
Olha aí, olha aí, olha aí.
If you're in
Deixa
the
ela
Google
terminar o
Cloud
terceiro.
Innovators community, you get credits for interactive labs on Google Cloud Skills Boost.
Cara, isso é muito bom. Já que ela falou desses 3 pontos, eu vou resumir aqui o que ela falou. Esse Google Developer Program vai dar créditos para o Google Cloud Learning, né? Skills, que é uma plataforma que a gente aprende ali. E aí tem crédito para você usar o ambiente dele. Deixa eu botar aqui. E eu acho que é assim. Eu esqueci do host. Deixa eu cancelar essa mensagem aqui. Salve, Everton. Mano, então, isso é bem legal que esse créditos para a plataforma do Google Cloud Learning, a gente pode usar um crédito. Esse aqui é o evento que vai acontecer para organizadores, né? E aí, voltando, né, para o anúncio do Google Developers Program, a gente tem esses créditos que pode utilizar para fazer os cursos. A gente vai ter o Gemini, plataforma de aprendizado sobre o Gemini, né, para quem quiser se formar gratuitamente. Então vai dar para estar utilizando o Gemini de graça ali, os modelos até não sei quanto tempo, né, mas inicialmente já vai estar de graça para utilizar e testar para desenvolvedores. E o segundo ponto é que vai conseguir utilizar o projeto IDX, né, para a gente fazer o workstation ali, trabalhar com multiplataforma e todas as ferramentas de IA que eles têm ali, tanto no ambiente de desenvolvimento quanto com as outras ferramentas. E usar 5 workspaces, né? Então a gente pode dar manutenção de 5 projetos, né? Que antes era só 2. Ainda tá indo bem. Então é bem legal, cara, isso aí para a comunidade. E aí agora a gente vai ver um use case aqui no caso.
I'm currently watching a Google I/O keynote right now. You want to watch it with me?
Sure, I'd love to watch it with you. What's happening in the keynote?
Well, what does it look like? What does it look like they're announcing right now?
It looks like they are announcing Gemini 1.5 Flash. The speaker is talking about its speed and efficiency in comparison to the Pro model.
What are the other features?
A questão é que a gente viu algo parecido disso, né? Do modelo de IA reagindo a um vídeo, entendendo o que é que está acontecendo, o contexto e por aí vai. E comunicando, né? Igual a Alexa no Prime fazia, com o chat GPT 4 ou, né? Foi ontem que teve o murmurinho lá do cara reagindo, mostrando com o celular um vídeo e o chat GPT dando contexto do que era e tal. E hoje a gente já tem com o Gemini fazendo. E até, pelo que eu vi, ele tem uma autonomia até maior, né? Que eu acho que a velocidade de processamento não tá tão boa, né? Que tá demorando pra... Mas ele tá sendo mais preciso, né? Também. Então a Google veio com força, hein? Parecendo que tava perdendo o caminho de IA, mas caraca, o cara mandou IA pra todo lado.
It looks to focus on the future of AI assistants.
What do you think Project Astra would be helpful for?
It sounds like a very ambitious project. It will be interesting to see what kind of AI assistant they create and how it integrates with our daily lives.
They seem to say it's a universal agent. What would you use a universal agent for?
A universal agent that can help with everyday tasks would indeed be helpful. It could potentially be useful for things like scheduling, finding information, or even controlling smart home devices.
Oh, that would be super cool.
I agree, it sounds amazing. Having a seamless and intuitive AI agent could revolutionize how we interact with technology.
Yeah, can you summarize what he showed so far?
The speaker introduced Project Astra, an AI-powered universal agent for everyday tasks that is still under development. They discussed the challenges of building this technology and how their team is working toward making Astra helpful and intuitive for users.
Wow, amazing. And what did he talk about before Project Astra?
Deixa eu baixar aqui, esqueci de baixar o áudio de entrada. E aí a gente tem, por exemplo, a gente tem o benefício, se vocês entrarem aqui, a gente no final, se pá, a gente vê, mas tipo, se vocês já quiserem abrir, se já tiverem logado também, vai ter lá o Solve Problems using Gemini, né? Tipo, solucionem problemas usando Gemini. E aí é uma sequencinha de treinamento, né, para acelerar tanto o Pathways, né, que é aqueles caminhos de aprendizado que eles têm no Google, que é o treinamento interno deles, quanto, deixa eu fixar isso aqui, quanto também um treinamento pessoal, né, a gente consegue ganhar badges no Google Cloud Skill Learning, né, que é aquele que ganha crédito, que é pago. Então a gente também está conseguindo crédito através dessa plataforma para fazer os cursos de graça lá. E aí ganha o badge, ganha o certificado, essas coisas que dá para colocar no LinkedIn, olha aí.
I can't believe this technology exists right now.
It does look quite impressive. Astra seems very advanced at interpreting what it sees and providing relevant information.
That was a lot of fun to watch. Now I'm looking forward to Project Astra, as I'm sure all of you are too.
Então, o Project Astra, que já foi falado na keynote principal, né?
Thank you for tuning in. Let's go build something amazing!
E é isso. Entendemos, né? Parecido com o que vê, né? O Project Astra, Gemini interagindo com o espaço. No caso aqui acabou. Cara, eu gostei. Achei pouca coisa falada de Android, pelo que eu vi que ia ter, né? Ali, tipo, teve no keynote principal, Android 15 Beta. Aqui foi mais questão de IA no Android Studio, os modelos de IA local, né? Com o Android Studio também. Flutter, aquelas coisinhas estáveis, não se prolongaram tanto. Então foi ok. Ops. Aqui fechou, então vou aproveitar para mostrar o dashboard aqui.
Giro de oferta, sentindo saudade, hein?
Deixa eu já abrir aqui o dashboard. Beleza, então aqui tem que ser o meu, deixa eu colocar aqui giro de ofertas do Pepperari ficou para a próxima. Cadê os painel dashboard, né? Cadê? Dispensar. Show, então, cadê? Deixa eu pegar Dashboard. Beleza, então, aqui a gente vai ter, tipo, as atividades novas aqui, né? Tal. Para receber as coisas. E aqui é o principal que eles falou, né? O benefício desbloqueado. Deixa eu ver se tá dando pra ver aí direito. Ah, tá. Tá estourado na tela, mas é isso. Beleza, então... Aqui vai ter, né? Deixa eu ver, eu já abri. Então aqui a gente vai... Deixa eu colocar até aqui o link completo. Coloquei pelo... Deu pelo outro coisa aqui. Aqui. Boa. E aí, aqui a gente vai... É só pra seguir, né? Mas deixa eu voltar aqui só pra gente ver as coisas que tem. Ah, não. Aqui já foi. Então a gente tem a certificaçãozinha para os cursos de Android, né, tal, bonitinho. Aqui vai ter os outros cursos relacionados. E o Gemini, cadê aqui? Cadê com o Gemini aqui, ó? Beleza. Tem esses carinhas. A gente vai conseguir ver aqui. Cadê? Tá em beta ainda, né? E aqui vai ter os selinhos também pra gente tá fazendo. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo o link do skill que dá lá do... deixa eu fazer aqui até a seleção de interesses também. Deixa eu ver, Google Cloud Skill, Google Cloud Skill Bush. Skill Boost. Aí copia esse cara aqui. E é aqui, ó, que a gente vai ganhar os... Depois que fazer o cadastro aqui no Google Developers Program. Eu perdi aqui qual é a... Acho que aqui. Aqui é... Beleza, esse Google Cloud aí, essa plataforma que é... Ué, acho que bugou aqui alguma coisa. Não, foi. É só o meu retorno que tá 10 anos atrás. Mas deixa eu... Show, então esse último link aí é o link do Google Skill Boost, que é onde a gente vai ganhar os créditos para fazer, né? Deixa eu colocar aqui também, para fazer os cursos. Então, depois de fazer o cadastro aqui no Google Developers Program, e fazer o perfil e fazer a trilha que você quer, aí você basicamente já vai ganhar os créditos. E aí, aqui a gente consegue ver os pathways, né, de aprendizado, tanto o beginner, o iniciante aqui, né, para Google Cloud Security. A gente vai ter aqui de IA. Deixa eu abrir o de IA aqui, que foi os principais. E aqui a gente vai ter os cursos, né? Curso de 30 minutos, introdutório, 45 minutos. E aí ele vai ter os númerozinhos também pra gente saber aonde ir primeiro, né? Se a pessoa é muito iniciante ainda na questão de IA, então pega aqui introdução a GNA, né, que aí vai ver tipo conceitos básicos do que é IA generativa, essas coisas. E aí vai ver aqui depois, né, a parte de modelos, né, de saber mais sobre o modelo. E aqui ele é meio chatinho porque você faz módulos por módulos usando aquele Google DuckDevLive, se eu não me engano, eu esqueci. É aquela plataforminha que dá pra rodar os modelos local aqui online. Dá pra rodar local também, né, na sua máquina, mas é bom seguir aqui porque ele vai estar habilitado. Então é isso, pessoal. O que eu mais gostei foi isso, fora a parte de Flutter, né? que vai ser uns certificados massa de graça aí para adicionar aí na base de conhecimento. Mas muito show. Agora a minha tarefa agora é centralizar isso aqui em um resumão, digamos assim, e separar aqui pra gente conversar, digamos assim, num vídeo melhor, né? Então, acho que é isso, né? A gente vai encerrar aqui por hoje. E essa semana a gente traz aí um vídeo trazendo os pontos principais, né? Valeu aí, pessoal, todo mundo que participou, quem tá aí ainda e tal. A primeira parte da live não deu pra ser uma watch party de fato, né? Por conta de... Tive problema com os vizinhos e reforma, coisa do tipo. Aí não consegui participar. Mas a ideia é a gente trazer bastante conteúdo com isso aí, tá? Eu já fiz um apanhado do que a gente viu aí no keynote principal, uns cortezinhos, e aí vou compilar. E desse segundo keynote developer achei um pouco legal, mas não tanto, mas por fora, né, por trás dos panos vai ter bastante coisa legal. Então, brigadão aí de novo para todo mundo que acompanhou desde o começo, para quem chegou agora também. E tamo junto. Até a próxima aí. Boa noite para vocês aí. Até mais.